We are live
Oh
on
no, I
YouTube.
wasn't ready.
I wasn't ready either. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Welcome to the Legion of Comics. I'm Mark.
And I'm Tyler.
He's Daywing.
Daywing.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. People are starting to roll in. Got three people in there already.
Could have been morning wing.
Yeah, dude, we go live every Friday. I think about how Slotted Up is still in the middle of sleeping. Like it's the middle of the night for him.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people like Austin. It's like what 4:30 a.m. on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And then for Lee, it's like 9:30 p.m.
Next
right
Tuesday. Yeah, release like 9:30 next Tuesday.
now. Yeah, next Tuesday right now. Yeah, is it still May there? I think it is.
Yeah, it might be. My man, Rami Salami. Good morning. Good
What's
morning.
that?
Fable, how's it happening?
Hey, Fable.
I was just telling Tyler here about how I woke up, like literally woke up and just started debating Batman. And I don't mean in like I'm a very opinionated person. And when it comes to talking comics, like I forget like we're talking comics and I immediately just go into debate mode. I'm like, let's start making solid points at 6:45 in the morning. These people have got to be awake. Like, it makes no sense.
That's how I am too. It's like as soon as I'm up, I'm good to go. But some people, it's like they need like a 2-hour recharge. And
Good morning, Pocan
what's
Joe.
up?
There's only 4 people in the chat right now, and I'm sure that I'll mention this numerous times throughout it. But it's Friday. That means we're going to be blasting and stashing some comics tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. Listening to Joe, Mike, and Huey go through the week's reads.
Yeah, we had a pretty good week, I think.
Top of the morning to ye too, good sir. Good morrow.
Oh yeah, we definitely. Oh, there's a bunch of good reads this week. A ton. I think everything I read, I loved actually, or like I liked a lot. That's pretty rare.
Because I don't pick up X-Men titles, there's nothing really just to trash from this week.
Yeah.
But because Joe picks up X-Men titles, there's plenty to trash this week.
Oh.
But I give him credit, like just like how I was telling you, like and I was telling Fable and Perm, like that I'm not gonna drop Batman, It's not like hitting on all cylinders for me right now, but it is for some people. I don't think it is for the vast majority, but it's not terrible, you know what I mean? We're just 8 issues in sitting waiting on a story to start.
Yeah, I feel like we're just 8 issues into waiting. Hopefully it'll go here soon.
I'm gonna go grab a cookie.
Yeah, I heard you. I wish you could bring me a cookie. I don't know if we have any cookies. We need to bake some cookies. Sounds delicious. Morning cookie. Yeah. Oh, so I read Nightwing this week. I read Power Rangers #7. I read Stray Dogs, Phantom on the Scan. We'll talk about them all later. Stillwater. If any of you guys have read any of these, I read Radiant Black, Ultra Mega. That's everything. That is everything I read this week. Any one in the chat read any of those or have like your favorite pick of the week? I think my pick of the week was probably Nightwing, and I would have never expected Nightwing to be my pick of the week ever. But Tom Taylor just is killing it on Nightwing.
How was Way of X? That's man. I literally thought Joe was gonna whack comics that book. He does a video, like a quick review video of books. I think he drops it every Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm mistaken, feel free to correct me in the chat, Joe. But he opened the video with him holding Way of X, like right out, and he's like looking over it, like surprised at how trash it was.
That's all right. They reboot X-Men every like 3 months or something, right?
I think it's 2.5. You can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and then they have like a 20-book tie-in, and then they reboot it again.
Dude, it's like all of us naysayers are really going to have to like chill out soon and really give them credit where credit's due because they're about to do a fashion show month or something.
No, they're
So,
not.
a whole gallery thing.
No, they're not.
So
An X-Men
we're
fashion show month? I gotta see this.
they're about to do this whole Hellfire Club gala thing where every cover they're just red carpeting and stuff like that. And so all us naysayers are about to get put in our place.
I hope the covers are cool. Who's doing the covers?
I don't know.
Are they bad? I'm assuming they're bad if you're saying it. It's a pretty
Yeah,
bad title too, Way of X.
I don't even know what that means.
No, I don't know. I don't want to know.
It's like Spumoni. I don't
You
know
know
what
what I
Spumoni
really
means.
wish? I wish there because I'm not an X-Men at all. Like the characters just don't interest me. But I wish there was a story right now that was so good that I just had to pick it up. Like as much as I like to hate on it and just make fun of it. I wish every book was so good that I just had to read it.
We only find them when they're dead. Seven
I
seven secrets.
I love Seven Secrets. We only find them when they're dead. I'm just confused. I read this week's and I was so lost. And I've been
Which it's
lost.
well, it's
It just
technically issue
jumps
one of a second
everywhere.
book.
Yeah.
The first one was like one continuous story, but they do a lot of Al Ewing's doing his best impression of Tom King, I think. Like the way that he was trying to kind of write the backstories into like the present. You know, they kept flashing
Hmm.
back and calling back. And I don't know how much more cookie share with your sister.
It didn't feel like I was getting enough information in either of the flash forward or back time that was really adding to the current story. I was just like, I kind of just want to know what's going on because I don't know what's going on in the past or future. Whenever they were jumping around, I was
No,
just
I
confused.
definitely wasn't confused with it, but it did require reading the whole thing in order to not be, because you would start off obviously not knowing what's going on, but
Oh, I read
the
it
whole
all. I've read every issue.
no, yeah, I believe you did. I'm saying like I didn't catch it instantly, but had to sit there, especially with how they're putting the dates on there, and they did this one
Hmm.
issue. I think it was issue 5 where you're getting three different
Yep.
dates at one time, and the whole and I caught it. The whole point was to show that his brother that he kind of blames himself for dying as well as his crew because he like kind of didn't stick to his guns and went against the code of the shippers out there and the miners or whatever. And Richter was his brother's girlfriend and blames him specifically. It was all that confusing is just to show us the specific grudge between Malik and Richter. But I enjoy the Simone de Mayo's art on it, especially. I think it fits perfect for the space stuff.
Yeah, I
I
think the
felt like
art's
this.
super cool.
It was so good. The way, not just the art itself, but like the way that they did the panel work and they presented like the splash pages. I actually felt like I got that feeling in my chest, like it almost felt claustrophobic, but it's the opposite. Like being in such an open area that it's just as dangerous as being in tight quarters.
Hmm.
It was just really cool, and I think that Al Ewing kept it really really close to the vest, like with how it was just focused on that little 4-man crew, and we didn't get much backstory from anybody except for Malik, and that's pretty much it. So I don't think he was trying to really flesh out the characters much as tell just like a quick specific story. He knew he was only rocking 5 issues on the story arc, and now we're supposed to be getting a time jump, I believe. Like where 6 picks up, it's supposed to be some years in the future, whether it's just 2 or 3 or 20, I don't know, but I know it's supposed to be a completely separate story.
Yeah, I could tell. I don't know how many years it is, but I knew it was separate. So I feel like it would have been better if we just got like the story just straight, and then going forward we could have found out more. Because I thought the sci-fi aspects of it, like the ship has ears and all that stuff, I loved it in issue 1, and then we just kind of didn't find anything out. We just kind of trickled around timelines.
Well, I think
I
it
would.
would have served him a lot better. Like I would have been fine with keeping it all in there had he not tried to break it up so much. He was trying to like make it
Yeah.
so cinematic. Like, let me give you a clip of the past, a clip of present, a clip of the past, which works good in movies sometimes when you have like the soundtrack kind of driving the pace of the
Hmm.
plot, and you feel that build. But in a comic that's
maybe
kind of
like a whole issue would have helped.
yeah, exactly. Just put
That
all that
might have,
backstory just
yeah,
together with each other. Just tell that backstory like they did
that
with
would have
Department of
worked.
Truth. How we just had that
Yeah,
backstory
exactly. It
issue.
was just like
That
that.
that worked perfectly.
It did. It made me more interested in that book for sure. And if they
Good
would have broke that
morning,
up, I
Hidden
would
Gem.
have so lost.
Yeah. Good morning, Hidden
Yeah.
Gem Comics. Big Nosh, what is up, my man? How are you today? Big Nosh just checked off a couple of books to complete his current hunt on the Incredible Hulk stuff he was working on.
Oh, nice.
So
Like
he's in a
what numbers.
it was single issue hundreds, if that makes sense, because
Yeah.
Incredible Hulk outside of 1 through 6 starts at issue 102. It doesn't restart at 1. It goes from 6 to 102. So I think he was getting like I think it was like 110 and 7-9 stuff like that, as well as a God, I forget what number it was, but it was like the first Red She-Hulk. So he had a couple of those early issues plus the first Red She-Hulk. I've got all those early issues when I started getting back into filling my Incredible Hulk run. I just started with those 102 through 110 or 110.
Yeah,
Then
that's
just
sweet.
I was trying to do the just smack out the keys because I've got the 181, so the big one's out of the way. Like outside of the original 6, the big one is out of the way. But now you have like Rocket Raccoon, the third print of the first Professor Hulk, first McFarlane on Hulk, first Doc Samson, first Joe Fix It. But then I stopped because the market exploded, and I'm not buying keys in this market. It's just not a thing. I'll go buy like sleeper keys and stuff when they present themselves, but I'm not key hunting in this market. That's just I don't resale, so that's stupid.
Yeah. It's hard to know what's gonna come down. Like, will Hulk ever come back down, you think?
Not the original
What's up,
6.
Dave?
I mean, obviously things are gonna like if the market gets pushed up to here, like here's the market, then it gets driven up to here with stimulus checks, people at
Yeah.
home, new collectors reselling to make money. Then everyone goes back to work, and a year later, it comes back down to the new here. It was here. This was the standard. Now it's
Yeah. I'm just wondering if those higher books like won't come back down. I'm wondering if that'll just be the threshold and it might just stay there longer because it's been moved up.
well, I don't know. It depends on if people start getting more checks that are outside of their normal paychecks. Because if
Yeah.
they don't, then they're back to their regular expenditures. And a lot of people got into the collecting market. And I don't mean just comics. I mean cards,
Oh yeah, for sure.
cars, anything that you can buy, rub it with a brush and resell it for a profit. And people had to start doing that. We like almost went back into a barter trading system for a lot of people to make ends meet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what happens when everything's closed and you don't spend all that money elsewhere.
Yep.
That's what
Oh,
happened. Just me and my wife alone, going to movies. We went to a movie every Friday for I want to say like 2 straight years, or Saturday, Friday or Saturday, not just Friday.
one or the other.
Yeah, and then we didn't, and we haven't for over a year. So that sucks.
I don't have any of the 1 through 6. That was actually on my list for this this year, just to grab any one of them. And I was talking about that a lot with Southern Comic Geek when he sent me the picture of that number 1 that he owns, and I told him I'm going to pass on that one right now. And he ended up buying that one. The one that he got is like a 1.0. It's got a blue label from their old system, but it's a reproduction cover on it. It's coverless, and I
Yeah,
don't care how
so
ratty or how destroyed the cover is. I would rather it have that look and style to it, because like I'm not even in the market of caring about a high grade number 1, but I do want to see its age on it. I don't. I mean, I can buy a facsimile. I don't need it wrapped around my original.
would you rather have it coverless?
No, I wouldn't buy it coverless.
You
Period.
would. It would have to have a cover on it.
Yeah, I would never buy it coverless or with someone else, some other cover on it.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't want the
Period.
other cover on it, but I'm not a big fan of coverless, even though I literally just bought a 1941 Detective Comics coverless, but it was such a good price, and I don't. I'm never gonna be
That's
able to
also
get
not the
this.
first appearance of Batman either, though.
No, it's not. And it was such a good price. So I was like, you know what, it's really cool. And I actually like flipped through it all. I've looked at the whole thing. I'm gonna actually read it.
No. And then I do have 102, which is his next number one. And we're just, if you're talking about just Hulk books, I've got tons of the Tales to Astonish keys. Like, again, I've got tons of their regular books. So I've got like the first Hulk Smash, the first Hulk, and the ongoing once Tales to Astonish hit. All kinds of Tales to Astonish. I have first Giant Man, his new suit, two cameos of the leader, one first full of the leader. And but when you get just a Hulk, I've got 102 through 110, which is the first 10 issues, and then just, I mean, I got hundreds of Hulk books, but those I do have the 10 first earliest ones as well as a bunch of others in the hundreds. This is true. Like baseball cards are hot again, just like overnight crazy. See, and I noticed that baseball cards were kind of heating up because my LCS is a comic and gaming store. They also have buy, sell, and trade paperback books. It's a big store, but the other local comic shop here in town is just like comics, action figures, and baseball cards and basketball, hockey, whatever sport cards they make. And he says that that's the primary source of his income right now because people come in, and I'd sit and hang out and talk in the store, and people will come in and buy boxes and boxes. Last time me and the wife and kids were there, someone spent $1,200.03 on 3 boxes of cards. And he sits there and opens them in the store, keeps 1 or 2 cards, throws away the rest, gives those cards right back to the owner to send off to get graded. Like, you never even leave the store with any of your money.
That's crazy.
And
Hey,
it's not like in the 80s and 90s, the baseball cards are just exploded, but now they've got them limited. Now they keep track of the print run. They do exclusives in them, actual signed ones in them. So they're making them where there's things of value in them.
yep. Yeah, I need to go through my cards. I used to collect cards as a kid. I don't know if I have any like real expensive ones. My dad does. You know, my dad has like a Willie Mays card, Hank Aaron card. There's one other one that I can't remember that he's got. Roberto Clemente. He's got a couple really nice ones.
Good morning, Flash by Night. Thank you for stopping by. Don't need that. I have tons of baseball cards in or squat who wants them. I'd reach out to Nick's Kicks and Comics deals with cards a little bit, doesn't he? And I know Cardboard Crazies. Somebody picked up 3 Pokemon cards for $500 while I picked up my books last week. Good grief. Now, my LCS does have like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic, like actual card game cards.
There's Burke. You gotta make sure you put him in timeout.
Dude, he was running rampant last night.
He was putting everybody in timeout. I don't know what you're doing, Burke.
It was one of those weird situations where you see somebody like trying to shoot Tyler and hitting everyone next to him. Sorry, ow, sorry, it wasn't meant for you. It was fun. That was a fun hangout last night.
Yeah, that was fun. It was fun watching.
Did you see where now that Mr. Freeze this week?
Yep. Yeah, I did see that. That's sweet.
I read this. I'm definitely going to read it before tonight at 10 p.m. because the race is on. It's Friday. I got a lot of books to pick up, and I don't like them getting spoiled, so I have to like rush to read them before.
Oh yeah, I'm the same
blasting
way.
and stashing. But then I got this one in.
I love that one.
Yeah, so now I'm only missing one.
How many are they gonna make?
My dude, me and Ryan were looking at them last night, and now we see one coming for Vengeance on Joker number 5. We see one. You're reading Joker. You know that butler dude who looked like Hitler with a burnt face who came to kick Joker out? They're doing one for him even.
And maybe he'll be a big character then.
I don't know. Maybe there's not enough big characters that they can use big characters for the Joker run. I don't know.
Yeah, they got to make new ones.
But he looks cool. He's drawn really well. It's interesting. But then the one for Peacekeeper number 1 is in. The one for Peacekeeper #1 is insane.
Oh
They
yeah,
finally listed that. They've got one for Riddler, one for Quiz, his upcoming new girlfriend.
I was so tempted to get that 1 in 25 Power Rangers #7 last night.
Which one is that?
I love it. It's the Draken Peach Momoko one.
Oh, are you being serious right now?
I am being serious. I really like it a lot. But it just I think it's cool how she drew like the morphing, changing Power Ranger.
Yeah.
I'm not a big Peach Momoko fan at all, but I really like that one. And I love Draken, like duh. If I'm gonna get any of those, it's gonna be the Draken one or the like Green Ranger, which she hasn't made yet. Oh yeah, that one's really cool.
Like I like
That
how
might
it's
be my
early
favorite one.
Peacekeeper. Like the mask is like kind of not over his whole head. His hair looks wild coming out of it. Looks really cool. Then there's the Harley one that's coming for Batman 109. The Vengeance one looks really good.
Ooh, that one's good. Yeah.
That's really good. I like how the line of her mask almost comes down with her
Mm-hmm.
tunic.
Oh, there you go. Burke said he agrees with me. He likes that cover too.
Yeah, he included it on his thumbnail. I was giving him crap about it, but
Yeah. I'm surprised you don't like it. You don't like anything Peach does, or
that's not true. The Star Wars Insider that she drew with the Mandalorian and Baby Yoda that was drawn like it wasn't drawn in her style. She drew it like in realistic style. She did really well on it. Her lighter color pencil watercolor look worked good for it because it was like season 1, episode 1 Mando, real dusty and
mm,
looking down. There was no shine to him or nothing.
yeah, I've
I
seen
just don't
that.
think her style fits. Like she's not a bad artist. It just doesn't fit what property she's working on.
Yeah, maybe that's true. I did read like part of Demon Days and it felt really out of place. But for covers, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think her covers do stand out when they're on the stand. They look very different compared to like just every other cover,
Yeah, makes it
whether
easy to
that's good or bad.
not pick it up. And here's issue
Yeah,
number
it
2
does.
for Batman Reptilian, the one that Garth Ennis is going to be doing. It's pretty wicked.
Who is that on the cover?
I'm not sure yet. Like I know the story is supposed to have
It's a
Batman
new.
and
It's
Killer
I
Croc.
know. Yeah, we talked about it before. If it was going to be a new character or not, that could be Killer Croc, I guess.
Now this is scary. This place has a 26-piece bundle. I wonder if there's going to be 26 of these variants.
Oh, I really hope so.
I can't imagine them starting and giving us like Riddler, Joker, Mr. Freeze, Scarecrow, and like, all right, we've done enough villains. Let's stop. We don't need all of the Batman characters.
Yeah, they'll go forever on that.
Then they've got
And
where to go? His girlfriend is going to be making a first appearance in Legends of the Dark Knight #3, Quiz, aka the Hamburglar. Yeah, those are the ones that I've been able to find so far.
yeah, it's gonna go on forever. Then we'll get like a second prints where it's all the same thing, but it's a different color or something.
What is up, Dave?
Yo, what's going on?
What's
Nothing
up?
much. Sorry I didn't see you sooner. I had the screen share on, so I couldn't see nothing.
What's going on? How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Doing
Good morning.
good.
How are you?
What you doing? Ooh, nice mug.
Just got up, having some breakfast.
Nice mug. Sweet arms, my dude.
Team No Sleeves.
Gonna put on some Mickey for the little guy so I can hang out with you guys.
Yep.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're
Yep.
good.
Did you end up watching the movie? What's it? I don't
No,
even
I did.
remember what it's
I
called.
started Army of the Dead. It started at
Army of
3
the
a.m. I
Dead.
wasn't planning on staying up like that. I got up this morning and was knocked around, and then I just fired it up to kind of watch some of it while I was setting all this up. And the intro is fantastic. And what I figured out is the trailer gives us nothing of the movie. The trailer has primarily the intro, like the iconic looking shots of like that chick who looks like Elvis in the trailer with the planes flying over, bombing them, the guy in
Yep.
the parachute coming down, like that. So I'm excited to see what we haven't seen yet.
Oh yeah, Miracle Molly has a ton of Batman variants. There's a couple that were really good.
Take it easy, Romy Salami. If you're still in there, have a good day at work.
Hey, Chip.
Good morning, Chip. I don't know if you're available or what your day holds, but the link is in the group chat, my man. Miracle Molly has a ton. Oh, speaking on this.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. I was reading through the chat, seeing it because I couldn't see none of it while I was screen sharing. But I got
Yeah,
the cover A and the art germ cover B.
Yeah, I don't
And
like
the one in
cover B.
25. Yeah. But a comic shop reached out to me on Instagram and asked if they could send me their variant to show off on the channel. I'm like, yeah, that'd be cool. And they mailed me all three, like the trade, limited, and virgin. And it's a Derek Choose cover. So that's pretty cool. Got that coming.
That's sweet.
I'm excited about that.
Maybe they'll bag and board them.
Yeah, hopefully. I hope it's not one of those things like, dude, who is it? Sigma Comics sends me these for free to review now. I did the first one, so they sent me the second one, and so he sent me and said it's shipped, blah blah blah, and then 2 days later he sent me a follow up email. It was like, hey, just to give you the heads up, the way that we shipped them is intentionally just to get you a free reader copy. Like, I guess he might have seen something where I'd like to trash people's bad shipping, so he's like, just please keep in mind, it's just a free reader copy. I'm like, okay, no worries.
You said it was Sigma Comics? I've never heard of them.
Yeah, they. I don't know what else they've done outside of this book, but I did review Calico #1, and it was pretty cool because a couple of channels had the opportunity to do it. And if you go check them out on IG, they put together a commercial compilation of people's reviews, and they included mine on there, which they haven't sent me my check for that yet. Hopefully they will, because they sure as hell didn't ask for my permission. But whatever.
Cool.
What is it called again, so I can look them up?
Here Comes Calico.
The company name on Instagram?
Oh,
Are they on Sigma?
Now this is absolutely outrageous. Just to give you a heads up, this is like this is super R rated. Like I would say 27 years and up, because anything under that, you're just like, this is just weird. But it's very torture porn in some parts of it. Like the whole concept is this guy that you don't know how he's rich. He doesn't live like he's rich, but he has this multi-million-dollar suit. And he goes and brutally tortures, maims, and kills anybody who's mean to animals.
Oh, wow. Justice for all.
Yeah, the way that they present it, like this is only issue 2. And but like in the first one, they kind of present like he was bullied as a kid, and he pictures people who are mean to animals as like the ultimate bully. So they deserve the ultimate punishment. They're like tying people to chairs, cutting their limbs off, taking a steel pipe and hammering it into their arms so that you can burn hot wax down it and stuff. It's wild.
Wow. That's intense. Sounds like Tinian's Batman run.
Exactly like it. No difference.
The same.
But it's got me intrigued. I want to know more. The artwork is fantastic. The pages look like they almost remind me like the page quality of like 90s books, which I actually think works really well for it. The art is really solid, like super solid.
Yeah, the cover looks awesome.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of like Black Panther.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want to send y'all this picture because I definitely can't share it. But I'm telling y'all, this is outrageous stuff. I sent you a picture from the last page. Dave, I'm sending it to you too.
Okay.
you go.
Wow, nice. Nice and gory.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, right. They go hard.
He's not going to make it.
No.
First and last appearance.
Yeah.
What's up?
Buddy?
Yeah, nice. I like it.
Like Captain America?
Yeah. And I have a toy on me. I mean, I am Captain America.
Like John Walker.
Yeah. Accurate. Very accurate. So what did y'all read this week or pick up this week?
I didn't pick up much of anything for new comics. I went to a shop yesterday and I picked up an early Silver Age Batman book. And that was pretty much it. This is what I picked up.
Oh, nice. That's a cool cover.
Oh, is that the early Silver Age or the Golden Age book?
Yep. I thought it was Golden Age, but I had to look up the year. It was 1960, so it was early Silver Age.
That is sick. That looks like it would be Golden Age.
Yeah. I've always wanted to pick up this cover when I've seen it because it has that Golden Age vibe to it.
It does.
Yes, it does.
But I got it for a pretty good price. The guy was asking $50 for it. I talked him down to 40. So I was like, all right. But this was my only pickup this week.
It seems like a steal. It looks like it's in good shape. Like with older books like that, you just want them presentable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's presentable. It's low grade. It's probably like a 2.25. There's a lot of issues here on the spine, you know. But it's just a great cover. That's all I picked up this week.
Those old books like that I don't like to look at them because I just want to buy them all.
Especially like anything early Joker cover is really nice. Especially like flying that little Joker mobile, whatever that thing is.
if you at least at my shop, they have so many old Batmans. Like I just picked up recently the second appearance of Mr. Freeze when like first time they call him Mr. Freeze.
Yep.
And then I started looking and they had so many little keys like that or whatever second appearance is. And I'm like, man, I got to get out of this box. I'm just going to end up spending a couple $100 like that.
Yeah.
Oh my, that is a nice book. Joe here is a Golden and Silver Age collector as well.
Nice.
Oh, I'll show my book that maybe you didn't see it last time. Dave, you might not have seen it, but I picked up a Detective Comics number 53. It is coverless, so it's not like that cool. But
I haven't seen it yet. Nice.
But here's what the cover would look like if it was attached. But it's not. But it's from 1941, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's
really old.
Early. Yep.
Yeah, it's really sweet. They have ads in there for typewriters and for newspapers to make sure you pick up your newspaper.
That is important. You don't want to miss out on what's going on in the local, national, and world news.
Yeah, it's super funny. Like stuff that would never be in there today. Oh, and there's an ad for, what is it, Batman number 6?
Oh, wow.
I think it is. Yeah, it's really old stuff.
I haven't read this yet, but I'll go through and see if there's any cool ads in here.
Yeah, I love the old ads. That's my favorite part. Even ads in like the 90s. Oh, nice.
These little bodybuilding ads here right on the first page.
It's always something really ridiculous too. Not that that's ever changed, like even today, but back then it seems even more ridiculous.
So you can see it's a pretty low grade because you got some staining there, and on the spine it's like just there, you know.
Yeah.
But I'll take it. It's a great book.
Now, this is a crazy question, but did you read it yet? Like, did you find a digital copy or read the physical copy? Just curious of what the story is in it.
Are you talking to me?
Both of y'all.
I haven't read mine yet, no, but I'm going to.
I'm opening it up right now and looking through it.
I've flipped through the whole thing, but I actually want to read it. I'm definitely going to, just especially because there's a lot of stories that are not Batman in it. And I think that's really interesting, which I knew that, but I didn't know that for the longest time that Detective Comics wasn't all Batman.
It's like a sci-fi, it's like a robot story.
Huh.
Yeah, interesting. Just on the first few pages. Well, I'll have to read it and go through it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, you don't have to go that far back. You could go back to the early 90s and get Joe Camel ads for cigarettes. Kids be buying comics. Joe Camel sitting there like, cigarettes are cool.
in a kid's comic.
You got some Batmite in there.
That might, yeah. I wonder when did he first appear? Because that's early that you got in your hand.
Yeah, this is early. I don't know. I don't know when he appeared. Did he appear in Golden Age? I have no clue.
He definitely seems like he fits the 60s.
I just saw that recently, and for some reason I don't remember. Cool. I'm gonna look.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that artwork. It reminds me of
nice artwork.
Like the opening scene of the Adam West Batman and stuff.
Batman 133 from 1960 is what it says. First appearance of Batmite. So yeah, you're like the next year, isn't that what it?
Yeah, it's not too far from this one, then I guess.
But this one says Detective Comics 267 from 1959. So either 59 or 60.
This is 1960. So this is not December of 1960. So it's not too far. Okay.
Yeah, it's really close.
Really early.
I'm gonna go refill my coffee. Y'all got this.
That looks like the second story is a Batman and Robin story.
Nice. I don't know how everyone remembers these like random first appearances, like first appearance of Batmite. I just saw it the other day, but there's no way I could ever have pulled it out.
I wouldn't have known it if I'd seen it. It's just so many first appearances out there.
I know, but Comics and Death Metal just said it. Like he just knew it. People just know him. They could flip through like a long box and say, "Oh yeah, this is the first appearance of that one character that lasted 2 issues." Like, how do you know that? That is some special kind of memory.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he said he looked it up. Well, you still looked it up faster than me.
Oh, this is what I was wanting to look at was the Joker story where it has him flying.
Boom!
Oh,
we got Mr. Chip Gettler in the building.
What's going on, guys? How you doing today?
What's that?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good.
I love the Batman.
Tyler and Dave over here flexing.
It just says Batman up there. I really like that. I don't know why. It looks aesthetically pleasing.
Chip, what's your oldest Batman book you own?
The oldest Batman book?
Seems to be the topic right now.
I'm winning.
Question.
Actually, I don't know if I'm winning. Mark's probably winning.
Yeah, no. You guys are definitely winning. I'm an early collector. I'm a new collector, so crap.
I'm going to my CLZ app just to try to make it easier so I can before I go look in my collection.
Sadly, I was going to, but then I blew away my CLZ app yesterday and started rebuilding it all again. So I just started with the ASM stuff. So I'm like, I
was so far behind on I've downloaded CLZ less than a year ago. So I've spent the last year just slowly cataloging stuff in there, and it's so not routine for me that I bring books into the house all the time and don't catalog them. So there's got to be hundreds, and I mean at least 200 or 300 just sporadically spread out in my collection that are not in my app. But
no, I'm the same way. I was very vigilant about taking my things, cataloging them, putting tabs on them, marking them, doing all that, and I still kind of do that. But man, as more and more of these moderns I've been buying happen, the piles start building and building, and they just get thrown into a big box, a long box now, and then it's like, all right, I'll sort through it later, and I never do.
Mhm.
So I'm
And
like,
then
all
the
right, that's it, I'm
variants that
done.
come Like I think I might have 3 Jang books in my CLZ app because most of them they're all like special order books, So
Yeah.
I unbox them on for the channel, and I normally have to do that late when after I get the kids down. And by then I'm like, I have to get up in like 4 hours, so I'm not sitting here playing on CLZ. I shoot the video, look happy, then go to bed grumpy. Like it's so late.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest. I couldn't even tell you what my oldest Batman book is. It isn't. It's a modern. It's fairly new. So I think my first series of Batman that I started collecting was the metal. Was probably
Awesome.
that's when I started collecting comics in general.
Was that the first metal or the death metal?
The first metal. Yeah, the first metal. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Freaky. I'm trying to convert someone, but he isn't coming my way. Trying to get him off that Cubs kick.
White Sox fan. White Sox fan.
White Sox are good. They're leading the league right now, right?
Yeah,
Best
they
team
are.
in the league.
Yeah.
My Reds are right behind them.
Yep. We better get back to comics. We're going to lose Mark on this one.
Oh, you already lost it. I'm going to let y'all have it.
It's anything to do with the White Sox, and he starts thinking of clothes.
Yeah. I'm looking around in dirty socks.
Yeah, exactly.
I got Freaky Louie's AOK yesterday, which is going to go up today, but this was drawn on it.
Oh, that's
Oh my
awesome.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's pretty
Wow,
awesome.
That is
So
freaking cool.
I had to cut it out.
Need to get a good sticker of that one.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make. I have a bunch of stickers I have to make, but I'm waiting for like a good deal.
Yeah. Where do you get all the stickers done? Are you?
I get them at Sticker Mule.
Okay, yeah. That's
And
what I use for mine.
Every once in a while, they'll come out with like a good deal for like 20 or 50 of them or whatever, and it's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Then I just always get that deal.
Yeah. More than
But
actual
we have so many logos now; it's hard to keep up with.
Yeah.
I looked at Sticker Mule one time, like early on, like the first time I think Panda, this was toward the end of last year, he had gotten a sticker and something to slap on his Storefolio, and I was in the chat, or I was on there with him or something. He asked if I had stickers yet because he needed one. So I think that week I looked at Sticker Mule at the prices, but I'm like a buy more, save more. So I was only looking at like the big lots of them. Like, I'm not spending this money. That's a price of a comic book, an expensive comic book.
Yeah.
Oh, are they that
It
pricey?
is.
I haven't looked into it. I wanted to get some stickers done, but
You get
I have
like
no
100
idea.
for 50 or something when I look.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't. I got them pretty small. And
I think that was 3 inches.
Yeah, I don't think I got them 3 inches for
No.
these anyway. And
If
I
Finn
could,
holds it, it looks 3
but
inches.
then this one's way bigger. But
Mhm.
that was a deal. I think I got this for like $5 for like 25 of them. So I always
That's a good
wait for
deal.
like that deal.
Yeah.
I should probably just do that and start looking for just a smaller group because I could spend
Mhm.
$5.
Yeah, that's what I think it's the way to go. And then they'll come out like a month later with another deal. So just always get the deal.
I've got tons of other people's stickers, but none of mine. And it'd probably be a decent time to do it. I mean, it's not like you make any money doing it, but it's fun putting your logo out there.
Yeah. I didn't do it to make money. I just did it for fun, really. Send them out to
That's
people.
like the shirts. When I made the shirts, that I did that round of shirts, which I'll do again. But I did that round of shirts, and I didn't tax anything. Like I think I even lost like a couple of cents per shirt just to round it down to $20 and $22 depending on the size,
Mhm.
Because the girl who makes them local and is a friend of my wife's was just really, I wasn't trying to make money off shirts. I just thought it'd be cool if people had shirts too.
Yeah.
It's good advertisement.
Yeah.
Advertise
They're
the
nice
channel up.
shirts.
That
Kind of
is
destigmatized white T-shirts.
Yeah, I said I want one when you get a different color because I
What
don't like
size do
white.
you wear?
XL.
That'll be the second print.
Yeah, second print.
Yeah,
I'm a
person that
second
It'll be
print kind
gray.
of guy.
Yeah.
It'll be a
The
gray
only
instead
person-
of a white.
Well, I was
So
about to
it'll
say
be
the only
cheaper.
person
No
that
one
has
will.
a
It
different
won't be
color
sought
one is
out
my
after.
dad. My dad has a gray shirt. If you look at the LOC pops,
Oh
at
yeah,
it,
yeah, that's right.
he's rocking the gray shirt on the on I don't even know what it's called, but on the picture, the profile picture.
As
So I
long as
had
it's a lower print run, I'm down.
Yeah, there you go.
I want to do a like a really bright yellow for it. That's what I want on mine. I like having shirts that aren't dark. I don't know why.
As he's wearing a dark shirt.
Yeah.
Stick around.
Only because of DJ links.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I sleep in this. I paid him an excessive amount of money. I'm not even going to tell you how much because it's embarrassing. But I gave him a lot of money to send me a lock of his beard. He tied it in a little bow. So I sleep with that under my pillow and in this shirt every night, hoping that some of DJ Links' essence wears off on it. And that
Is
is
it,
the
do you
secret.
think it's working?
That is the secret to YouTube channel growth.
I was gonna say, I think it's working. I think it's working, guys. We all need to get a lock of his beard.
Yeah.
He went.
more
He
in
said
cap-
posted
okay.
yesterday about getting a haircut. I'm like, you have no hair. What the hell are you cutting?
Yeah.
Like, are you cutting the beard?
He has one wild hair.
Yeah,
It hasn't given up yet. You got to go get it cut.
yeah,
Be 13.25.
yep.
I have a sudden urge to stick around. So who's going to be watching Army of the Dead in the next few days, or in general, the new Zack Snyder zombie movie that released on Netflix?
I already watched it.
How the hell
I
do
know
you do anything else on?
He works
Every time you
nights.
ask him if he's doing something, I was gonna say. Every time you ask him if he's done, oh yeah, I've already watched it. Oh yeah, I've already read
Well,
it.
that's because
the
I
hell?
watch it as soon as it drops. So
Yeah.
yeah. So it,
I
was. It was. Do you want me to tell you what I thought?
You first off, on a 1 to 10, what do you give it?
I don't know. I don't like doing one.
Perfect
to 10.
answer. Perfect answer.
I hate
Like-
doing 1 to 10.
A 1 to 4.5.
I like to
All right,
explain
yeah,
what
do,
I thought.
do a
right?
1 to 4.5. So we're going to intentionally need a number from you at this point.
Okay.
With no justification.
Numbers just mean nothing at all to me. So
All right, what color would you
It
give
was-
it?
probably yellow, yellow or
yellow?
brown.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
yellow,
neutral.
yellow, brown. I'd probably give it like a 5, I guess, out of 10 if I had to give it a number. I don't know what that means to me
It means yellow.
or to anyone
And that
else.
was a perfect answer. Yellow is such a middle neutral color. You
Yeah,
gave
it is.
yellow. So,
It is.
so you're a
yep.
colors guy, not a numbers guy.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
always been a colors guy. Definitely yellow, brown.
Yeah.
It's green, yellow, or red, and he's
Yeah.
a yellow guy.
Yellow it is.
Yeah, it was no
Adam-
Justice League, that's for sure.
Out of the 3 primary colors, you chose the middle one. You see, and then you gave it a 5.
Mm.
Yep.
Your subconscious hard at work.
Yeah.
So I don't expect anything but an over the top gory thrill ride. You know, there's no in a zombie movie straight to Netflix. I don't have any great acting or amazing story plot. You know,
Yeah,
I know it's a heist
that's what
movie,
that's what
so-
I was hoping for too.
So and I watched the first 20 minutes and it opens strong. It really does.
Mhm.
It really sets the stage where this is going to be over the top.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
I'm
I
excited
think
to
the
watch the rest.
beginning was my favorite part for sure. But it was solid. I don't really have anything negative to say. It just was like it was just all right. There were some parts that I felt like they probably added on that didn't need added on, and Zack Snyder, it can happen.
Yeah,
but-
it's kind of his thing.
Yeah, it's kind of his thing.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like he directed it though. It was really strange. Besides the beginning, like you said, the beginning, it felt like him, and then from there on out, it just felt like it was a different director. Not a whole lot of slow mo.
Yeah. I know he's really good at those cinematic shots, and I did see him in the opening scene where he like frames a shot beautifully and just delivers a story in a few frames. You can just like see and imagine like this is a panel that tells a story. And I saw a couple of those in the opening scene. kind of bums me out to hear that he doesn't do more of it because I'm a fan of his like kind of directing signatures. You know, like you can watch.
Yeah,
a
me
movie
too.
And you can be like, this is definitely a Zack Snyder film, from 300 to Sucker Punch to Snyder Cut. You're like, yeah, this is why I enjoy watching his films. Like it's a big aspect.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to hear what you think then, just because I just felt like it was like the least Zack Snyder movie I've ever seen. Super, super weird.
Now, how long ago did they shoot this movie? Isn't it like a few years in the tank, and it's
I
just
don't
now getting
know.
released?
I kind of assumed that, but I hadn't heard.
I thought I'd heard like someone mention it in passing that this is one of those movies that was shot and shelved and kind of kept getting pushed back for whatever reasons. Like that movie Fanboys that came out about those kids breaking into Skywalker Ranch to watch episode 1 before their terminally ill best friend passed away. That got shelved and shelved and shelved, and then eventually just put out on DVD. Cabin in the Woods, same thing, but it hit theaters, but it was shelved for a few years.
I loved that movie.
Yeah, it was really good. The Mermaid,
Yeah.
Unicorn.
The Merman.
Mhm. I never knew they had blowholes, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
These days, I'll take whatever I can get. Now I'm picturing Dracula with his morning coffee in his car on his way to work. I should have commuted as of back today. Chip, what did you read this week?
So I read Jenny Zero.
What is that about?
It's about a girl with an attitude that goes out and actually kills I forgot what you guys call them, kaiju.
Kaiju?
Yeah. So she's a kaiju killing badass, basically, is the way I kind of pronounce it. I actually just did a review on this one, and I'm gonna post it today later today. But it was okay. It wasn't really for me. I'm not big into that. I also read I don't know if you guys seen this, but Broken Souls Ballad.
What is that?
Well, it's pretty good. It's about a group of kids who have teenage kids that have powers, but they're not aware that they have these powers until these certain situations happen. And this is just the first story about it. The first it's kind of they just talk about the first kid and his powers, and it's pretty good. I mean, it's interesting. It'll be good. It's pretty gory, to be honest. It's hard to explain. I seen Cole had done a review on this one, and I had actually purchased it. I'm like, oh, let me read it. So it was pretty good. I didn't go to the local comic shop this week, so I probably will be going today. So I'm excited to check out some of that. And then I also started reading Ice Cream Man. So I've gotten through the first 5 issues of Ice Cream Man last night before bed.
Oh, cool.
So I'm excited about that. That was pretty neat. So yeah, I'm liking it. I'm really liking it. So
Well, number 6 was my favorite issue for the longest time.
okay, gotcha. Good. Yeah. Hello. What's up, Mr.
hey.
Finn? Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Cute.
He's capped out.
Can you see me? Oh, can't see me.
They can't see you when you have the shield up. Ha! There you are.
Cookie time.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
It's Fridays. How it goes.
yeah.
Exactly.
Back on you, Chip.
Oh no.
Ice Cream Man.
Ice Cream Man. Yeah, no, I've like I said, I was telling Tyler I picked up, I bought recently. I've gotten these 2 Ice Cream Man, and then I got another one in my mailer the other day that I get from Mill Geek Comics, and I'm like, I've got Ice Cream Man, and I've never read the damn thing, and I've got 24 issues to go. And then Tyler told me, oh no, they're like anthology. You can kind of read. You don't have to read any of the other earlier ones to understand what's going on. So at that point, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I figured, well, I'll just start reading them. And so I, hit up Comixology and started reading.
What have
I've
you
been
thought
enjoying
so
it.
far? You
It's
liked it?
interesting. Yeah, I've liked it. I like the first one. That was pretty good. Kind of set it up. I like the one with well, I just finished. I think it was the one I just finished where the guy jumped off the building.
Yeah, the falling
Yeah,
man.
yeah, with the vulture, the falling man. Yeah, so I finished that one. I like that one. I like the old rock star guy. That was kind of interesting.
Mhm.
The guy who played rock and roll. So yeah, they're pretty good. I've been really enjoying them. So I like those
Yeah.
kind of shows where you can get a whole story in a comic. I think
Yeah,
that's kind of,
yeah.
and I think that's also why I like haha, that because you're not dragged out to the next one. It's
Yeah, it
Same
can be
with-
really good or like there's some that I don't love. And
Yeah.
I'm actually reading them now with Lisa, and she's loving some, and some she's like, "Oh, I hated that one."
Yeah.
So-
yeah. It's definitely a unique art style. That's for sure.
yeah, I
know?
love Morazzo's
Yeah.
art. I didn't
it's
realize
very
how much
cool.
I loved it until I read She Could Fly, which he also did, and then
Mm.
it's so creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very cool. So yeah, I've been enjoying that. And Silver Coin. I like that. That's another one that's kind of similar to that, where although it follows the coin, you still have independent stories, the little anthologies on them, and just kind of keeps going and going and going. So it's neat.
Yeah, I loved the first one. Some people love the second one more than the first one, but I love the first one because it followed the coin more.
Yeah, I was lost on the second one. I mean, I was
Everyone
like,
hold up your kids.
yeah, exactly.
We're
Here's my
gonna
kid.
grade each other's kids.
There you go. My
I've
dogs
got a
are
little
sleeping.
restoration.
A little restoration.
1 to 10. 1 to 10.
Yeah. Yellow,
Colors.
green.
Just colors. Dave, I give her a green.
I give her a green as well. Too funny.
So what is how connected is I know like Ice Cream Man is the only common thread through all the books, right? The actual Ice Cream Man character. How much is he played into a story, or is he ever used in any of the stories heavily or anything?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Some he's like a very big character. Some he's like just in 1 or 2 panels. And then
Yeah.
there's other things that connect too. So like maybe in issue 1 there's this spider. You see the spider kind of like in other issues, but in the background. And then there's another character called Caleb, and he's kind of like the arch nemesis of Ice Cream Man, and he's in other issues too. And there's
I don't think
actually
I don't think I've gotten to him yet.
I
Have I?
feel like
Is he the one with the
Have you?
arrow that killed the vulture?
yes, I
Falling
think
Man?
so. No, I'm
Oh.
not sure. I'm not sure. He's got a cowboy hat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then that too. They just
It might have
introduced him.
been. Okay.
They just
Yeah.
introduced him in 4 or 5, whatever one I'm on.
Good. I know he's in like number 7, and then he's in 9 again, and yeah,
Okay.
it's really interesting. And then we have a whole issue of like the Ice Cream Man and Caleb, their backstory. I want to say that's like issue 12. I don't remember. Just
Cool.
random. Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah. I've been enjoying it. I mean, it's pretty cool.
I don't know why I'm typing this, but it just made my day to see Life Aquatic references in the chat. Like that. Team Jisoo? That is such a good movie. That is such a good movie. What is up, Scott from Hoarder's Hide?
Mr. Scott, how are you doing?
He's one of the
sir?
funniest people I've ever had seen in a chat group. He just comes in out of left field and just hits people in the kneecaps every day.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Every day.
For some reason, Burke seems to be the one that gets the brunt of most of those, which isn't bad.
I hope you have an awesome possum day as well, Freaky. I'm looking forward to Saturday Night Louie.
Mm-hmm.
That's been a blast these past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I do love that.
Yeah, more family. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I was enjoying seeing the family, meeting them.
Let's see, love stories that don't drag out and are different issue to issue. I agree. That's one thing that's got me perplexed with Tynan's Batman right now, because it's issue to issue with no story instead of the
Yeah.
other way around.
Mhm. So what's the hot DC this week?
This week,
Yeah.
oh, dude, man, you're going to be surprised at my answer.
Uh-oh. Ah, very good. Very cool.
Batman Fortnite number 0.3. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not saying run out and buy this series, that this series is a game changer, but this one single issue, honest to God, everyone should go pick it up and read it, because if you're a Batman fan, a Snake Eyes fan, if you're even familiar with the characters and their properties, you're probably going to love this one individual issue. It's just a total fan service issue, and they kind of approach it from a pretty smart angle. I'm not savvy on Fortnite, but dude, it was a fight to be seen. It was cool, and it was cool how the fight was illustrated a certain way, but with the narration dialogue from a third party added so much to it. It was really, really interesting. I had a blast reading it.
Yeah. Is that number 3 or 4? Which one is that?
This is number 3.
3.
And I think
okay.
there's only going to be 5 issues, so it's all downhill from here. There's no way that they're going to be able to top this issue.
Yeah. I know that I
That's
got it on my
okay.
pull list now, and I actually have 1 and 2, but so I'll probably head there today and pick it up.
What are your favorite kind of covers? Now, when you say kind of covers, you asking for paper quality, artist, difference between trade dresses and
All
virgin
of that.
covers?
You asked the wrong question, Nash.
Yeah.
No,
So right now, and since I discovered him, I'm a John Jang collector. So John Jang covers are my favorite kind of covers for modern books. So that would be that for me.
Oh, for me, I don't. Here,
Oh, Austin LeMay, yeah.
Austin LeMay covers. Everything Austin LeMay does. I only have 1, but I'm gonna have more one day. I actually have a blank I'm gonna be sending him soon once I get it. I don't know when that's gonna happen. Maybe today.
What's the question? Favorite kind of
Yeah.
cover? My favorite
Very
kind of,
broad.
I'm more into the sci-fi. I like pre-code stuff. I like seeing like gory stuff. I'm into stuff like that, really.
Yeah.
Nothing really too specific, but that's what I like to collect.
Me? Gosh, I mean, I started out with big with ASM and stuff like that, and now I'm collecting more horror, stuff like that. Gideon Falls, Oblivion Song, Ice Cream Man now. So I'm going to start working on trying to get some of that stuff. I mean, so a lot of that stuff, really enjoying that.
So this is kind of a perfect segue, because I pointed out John Jang, and Big Nosh said he likes needles on covers, clowns on covers, and faves like that. So Nosh, definitely go check out John Jang, because
Yeah.
as of right now, he's got I think 3 or 4 specifically that kind of go right along with that. He just dropped and sold out his first Ha Ha cover,
Yeah,
which is that one right there.
Yeah.
The covers are great.
That clown. Yeah.
Yeah.
How fast
he's
did it
done,
sell out?
really fast. I think within an hour that one sold out. And then he had his Ice Cream Man number 22 that he did with Santa Claus getting his face peeled back by barbed wire Christmas lights and the skin being held back by razor sharp candy canes, which is pretty wicked. Let me see if I can find his other Ice Cream Man. That one.
So the thing I found interesting about John Chang was that I actually started following him on Facebook, and while I'm doing that, I'm reading some of the comments, and he actually made a comment on one of his posts that he doesn't even like horror movies or horror at all. I'm like, really? I was surprised at that, because he's so good at illustrating it and painting it and drawing it. It's just like, he's like, yeah, no, I don't like watching horror movies or anything like that.
So
not
his
at all.
twistedness is just natural.
It's natural. It's not influenced by anything.
Then go. Yeah. Can't have all that yelling, that breaks my ears. This is the second ice cream man he did, which is absolutely crazy. There's a random eyeball over there. I don't even know what this is or what's coming out of his mouth. Looks like a spine almost. But yeah, he's done some pretty horrific covers. Faces.
Oh yeah, homage covers. God,
Good morning, Justin.
There's some really good ones. Oh, what's that?
Jeff, you go shape America's future.
Oh, Drac, did you get the Clockwork Orange cover? That one is so good. I didn't get it, but I thought about it.
Dragon's crushing hard on Bronze Age Marvel covers right now, especially Spider-Man and horror stuff. Dude, those Marvel was crushing it with horror comics for the longest time, like in the 70s especially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Had a lot going on.
Yeah, they did a lot of Bronze Age horror.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're still above 800 subs, Mark.
Am I?
Oh yeah.
Yep. You said you were going to go up and down, up and down. Maybe you have been, but you're still above it.
Yeah, I hit 800, then went to 801, and then it started. Luckily, fluctuated there, and when it started doing that again, I'm like, dude, I'm not watching this for a week at least. But I saw last night that I was at 804 after the live stream. I'm like, maybe it'll stay there. So, back to 803 now. So I was at 804 last night.
Wait, let me go unsubscribe real quick.
Yeah, I'll go
Yeah.
resubscribe.
Resubscribe, unsubscribe, resubscribe.
But I'm not worried about it. I'm sure
That's
I'll
what
get
the
a
Matrix-
run. I'm going to get a run on subs coming up when I do my little thing I got planned.
Yeah.
And it's kind of good to space it out a little bit too, because it gives because the way that I do stuff, it gives the people who follow me on Instagram that aren't familiar with the channel to just look at Instagram stuff. It gives that number of people a chance to build up, then do something kind of promotional, and it gets them to say, well, let me go check it out, and then they head over. So it works good.
Yeah, Drac, I saw it sold out in I don't remember. It had to be 10 minutes or something. I had a chance to get it. I was online, but I don't like that movie, Clockwork Orange, so I didn't get it. It's just weird. I can't get through the first 20 minutes because I just don't like it.
It's definitely meant to be uncomfortable and odd,
Yeah.
All of Kubrick's movies are fall in such different genres, and they play their genre that he puts them in so well. Like 2001: A Space Odyssey is one of the sci-fis to end all sci-fis, and you have the lonely astronaut in space feel to it, like they do again in Alien, and you got Eyes Wide Shut, which is the leading Skinemax movie of all time.
Yeah, that is an odd one too. I love
The password is fellatio.
What's the one? Oh man, the Jack Nicholson one. Why can't I think of
The Shining.
Shining. Yeah, I love Shining so much.
Great war movie, Full Metal Jacket, awesome war movie, and it's a political piece at that. It's an anti-war propaganda film, but it's done in a smooth way that it's not too heavy-handed in that aspect. It just leans into the reality of certain things that were happening, kind of like Platoon.
Mm-hmm.
Platoon's definitely an anti-war movie, and people are like, that's the greatest war movie. It's an anti-war movie.
Yeah, that movie makes me sick. Platoon. That one's scary and sad and those are, I think both of those movies I've only seen one time, and I don't really want to see again just because they're uncomfortable. And war movies can do that to me, though.
See this, I've started noticing a trend of this, Dave, with you being Mark Spector Comics and me just being Mark. And we do appear on live streams and stuff. So people misspell my name. So whenever I see this, I assume they're talking about you, whether you're present or not.
Yeah.
See you, Drac.
I'm actually gonna head out too. I gotta start getting ready because I gotta go to the gym and go grocery shopping this morning.
You look like you just got back from the gym.
I was gonna say.
That was my first cup of coffee. I gotta get another one before I go.
Your arms stay that big. You don't have to like get them warmed up.
Just wake up and that's what they are.
Team no
Must be nice.
sleeves.
Team no
I
Wakes
just
sleeps.
up
wake
beautiful.
up and got this. I'm like a small fat person. It's weird. I didn't know it was possible, but I appreciate you hopping on, Dave. I really did. And yeah, man.
Thanks for having me on. All right, guys.
Talk
Have
to
a
you
good
later.
morning.
See you later, Dave.
See ya.
Oh, next topic. Who are you voting for in 2024? I'm just kidding. Are y'all excited for Zdarsky's crossover one shot?
Oh, I'm so excited. I think it's going to be way better than Kate's because
Kate's.
I don't love Kate. So I think it was issue 2. I told Lee that if he wasn't writing it, it would be way better because it's all been about Kate's and Kate's stuff and Kate's characters. So I'm just ready for something different.
Yeah, I really enjoyed issue 1 like a lot when they set the premise for it. But then when they started experimenting with the concept and I saw what he chose to do with this, like kind of one first ever image event, like this, I was like, this sucks for me. I mean, it doesn't suck for Donnie Cates fans, but I did enjoy issue 3 a little bit just because like we got some properties in there. I'm like, well, it was a poor selection of properties, but we got some.
Yeah.
And then issue 6 was actually like really fun. Like they just threw it all in there in the kitchen sink. I think they should have done that from the jump and just
They should have done that every issue. It should be just fun stuff
Just
like that in the background. Well, they could be throwing background stuff the whole time in every issue.
Yeah.
If he would have done that earlier on, people might have cared with the reveal at the end that Ellie is a character from comics, like just not like a major character, but it would have. You have real people and not real people. You found out she's not real people, but no one cared by that point because you just gave us Hit Girl and Savage Dragon, and that's what we enjoyed. That's what we cared about.
Yep.
Yeah. It was, to me, that wasn't that big of a reveal for me because I kind of assumed that based on when she was putting the makeup on. I forgot the name of the little girl. But anyway, she was putting it on when Ellipse was putting it on. I was like,
How does she know how to do this?
Yeah, I mean, as well as, she kind of made some comments about, knowing about that and not having a family and having so I just kind of assumed she had come from that world into the reality.
Yeah, I never thought about it or put it together because this sounds bad, but I don't care. You know what I mean? I don't care about her origins. I guess I was looking for a bigger plot, so it was able to slide under my radar. It's like I was a little sleight of hand by Donnie Cates there. He's got me looking over here, and he's like, "Ha ha!" But he's like that magician from Arrested Development. Like, no one cares.
Yeah. At least the one thing I can say about the crossover did get me to read, and I started reading God Country. So I got the trade paperback. Who Slot gave it to Nick's Kicks and Comics, and then Nick actually passed it on to me. So, of course, when I finish it, I'll sign it and then pass it on to someone else. But
have you started it yet?
I just started it like a couple days ago. I started reading it at lunch at work, but then I haven't. It's still sitting in my bag. So I've been so busy, I haven't been able to read. And then last night, I got sucked into the stinking Ice Cream Man. So thanks to you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, those are both good. So hey, that's a good thing.
Oh yeah. So I'll get back to it definitely.
I don't think I've read a single issue of Ice Cream Man.
You'll be able to read 6 is a really interesting one. I'm really excited for you to read that one.
All right. Yeah, I think that's next up.
Yeah, it is next up. You got to let me know what you think of that one.
Yeah, well, I will definitely. I wish these things, they weren't so expensive from the get-go, because I'd love to have the floppies of them, but...
Oh, yeah. It's not a good one to go back and get those.
No. There's certain ones, it's like, you know what, maybe I'll just...
It's like all of them now. Just the random ones are like $10 for no reason.
Yeah. Yep.
but I only have a handful of them, and I don't really care because I've got number 1, and that's like the one I really wanted, and then I've got all the ones of number 20. That was like one of my
Also-
favorite issues.
Also, you have that beautiful set of signed ones.
I do.
Yes, yes.
I'm
Magic.
so lucky to
awesome.
have those.
Yes.
Dude, their response was legendary. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Yeah, I was so disappointed when Lisa brought those in, and I was like, "What is that?" And I opened them up, and I
Are these
saw 'em.
documents?
I saw
exactly.
it looked like a document folder.
Who's
It
suing
didn't-
me?
Yeah, and so I
Yeah.
opened them up and I see them, and I just remember like my initial reaction was just so disappointed. I was like, okay, they're not out yet. Maybe they're okay. And I'm just like pulling them out, just seeing all the spine ticks, and just like the back of them is just color rubbed to hell. Like, damn. No, that's not trash.
So do you think you were nervous? Like, just think when she found that document folder in your mail and she saw your name on it, she's like, oh my God, my husband has kids he never knew about. Oh my God, I knew this whole time. Oh my God, this is it for us.
Yeah, that might have been better than the destroyed comics, but I don't know. Whatever.
Man. I was
See,
cracking up when you just took that one and stuffed it in the shoe.
in the shoe.
My
Yeah.
wife, my wife's looking at me. She's like, "What is he doing?" I'm like, "He's gonna ship this someone."
Yeah,
Making a shoe. She goes, "What?" I was like, "You'd have to read.
You don't want to use a shoe. We just found that out. Don't ship
Yeah.
things in a shoe, and it's not very cost effective because shoes are
can't
pretty
imagine.
expensive.
Yeah. Can't fit them in a mailer.
Yeah,
They have to box them.
I think that I personally would say like it should be the annual, but what should be and what is are not often the same thing. But the annual is what it should be. But just because none of them are outrageous in price, just go get them all.
is that the one that they say his name, but it's not his name?
I don't remember on that note. I just know it's the first one to hit shelves.
Well, there's a Batman Beyond. Is that that's Terry, right?
Yeah.
There's one where they say his name, but it's not Terry. They say the wrong name, but they accidentally like said the wrong name. So they say that's the first appearance, but it's not because they said the wrong name. I should look that up. I want to know now. I'm surprised you didn't know. I thought you would just like immediately tell me.
Yeah, I'm not big on Batman Beyond. It's not a character that which is weird because I love Spider-Man 2099 and he's like the equal opposite of that. Like, I don't know everything, the things that I do know, I'm definitely keen on.
I don't
There's
know
something
why.
new about Mark. He likes Spider-Man 2099.
Yeah,
Doesn't
Miguel's
like
the man.
Batman Beyond.
No, I
Yeah.
like him. I'm just not like, oh, let me go check this out. Everything. Animal crackers and a microphone.
Yeah,
That's just
the song
peekabooing,
title.
Animal crackers and a microphone. That's all you need.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's the Superman. Maybe this is a Superman Batman.
It says his first appearance is Batman Beyond Rebirth Part 1, 1999. First comic appearance, Batman Beyond number 1, March 1999. So that's just a generic Google answer, not like any kind of farther. So I guess in today's current climate, it matters what CGC label credits it.
I always use Bing. Bing is the way to go.
I really feel like you're not on Bing right now. This isn't the first time I heard you say that.
Yeah, I am on Bing. I love Bing. Big fan of Bing. I can't find it though, even on Bing. So
Big fan of Bing, but I can't find it.
I can't find it, but I am a big fan.
Question
just
for
gotta
the
give it a
chat:
shot.
Google, Yahoo, Jeeves, or Bing? I don't even call it Jeeves
Jeeves.
anymore. It's
Definitely not
ask.com.
Jeeves. It's
Oh,
definitely
and
Bing.
Jeeves. Oh my lord.
He's
Pulling
just
out the
another
old school.
butler. He's just another butler that didn't make it at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know what that. I don't even know if there's a Batman and Superman one is.
It's been a rough decade for butlers.
Dang it!
Alta
No.
Vista. There you go.
Oh, I missed that. That's the one I used before Bing. Thank
Yeah.
God for Bing now.
I remember being in middle school when you just had Yahoo and AskJeeves.com.
Yep.
Like,
I
this is
remember
crazy. I
having
can
the
just look for anything.
AIM,
Yeah.
instant messaging people through AOL all the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I missed
You
that.
get to change
too.
the color of your font, your background. Like, this is so high tech. Why am
Mhm.
I sitting inside right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when that got popular, it made me so mad because I didn't care nothing for it. And I skateboarded a lot growing up. Like, I mean, a lot. And the people I skateboarded with started getting on that instant messenger thing. I'm like, y'all ready to go skate? They're like, oh, I'm talking to blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, well, tell them to come skate. And they just wanted to sit in there and play on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just quit feeding me crackers. I don't want them.
That was the
Oh.
MySpace days. Top
Oh.
friends. I need a break.
Tom was always a friend.
Yeah, Tom.
He
You can
never let me
delete.
down.
Yeah, you couldn't delete the guy.
I think I deleted him and added him back. So
Oh,
I
did
could,
ya?
so I could boost my friend numbers back up.
To one.
Yeah, just one more.
Because that's all I had on mine.
Yeah.
I think I actually, is that even
I
still
wish.
around?
What?
MySpace? Or yeah, MySpace. Is that even still?
I don't know. It's a great question.
Today's hangout is brought to you by Microsoft.
MySpace and Bing.
MySpace is still around.
Cutting edge.
It
I
is still
think-
there.
I know it like transitioned to more of like a music site.
It is. It is definitely. Yeah. I mean, they're showing Fighters and Kings of Leon on the cover, but
Yeah, I love Kings of Leon. Did someone just say Kings of Leon?
Kings of Leon. Yeah. They're flashing it on the MySpace page.
All right, Nosh, you have a good one, man. Drive
There,
safe.
Nosh.
Yeah, I have not searched MySpace in so long.
Huh?
I'm doing it right now through my Bing.
They said that it's primarily just like a music thing now. They use it for,
Yeah.
what is it used for now?
Listening to music, it looks like.
So they don't know that there's like YouTube Music or Google
YouTube.
Play Music,
I don't know.
Spotify and
Spotify. They're really trying hard
I
here.
don't know. Does anyone use MySpace? I mean, they must if it exists, right?
I wonder if it's just used as like an entry level programming tool. Like when people come to whatever company owns MySpace, like, all right, for your entry level gig, we're just going to let you code and work on MySpace, do whatever you want with it. And once you learn how to code, we'll give you a real job.
I know like local bands, like my cousin, he put all his music up on MySpace, and that
Makes
wasn't that
sense.
long ago. But so maybe that's what people do. But I think he also put it on YouTube, so it's not like it was just there. Like, oh, I'm a big MySpace fan. Everyone needs to check out my MySpace.
I mean, nowadays the musicians can throw up on Spotify and Apple Music.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
fairly freely. I mean, it's very easy for them to just throw it out there.
These kids are all hopped up on
I was
footballs
gonna
this
say,
morning.
give them too
You
much
give
sugar
him,
this
you give him
morning.
that cookie, and
Yeah.
She just walks up to the table every now and then and tries to reach for something, but she's only like this tall, so she can't. And she just screams at me because she assumes I speak her language. I don't. Thinks I want to give her like nunchucks or something. I'm not.
He only speaks that language when he's drunk.
what are you doing today, Chip?
Well, let's see. I got another 10 minutes. I've got a meeting I got to go to. So, but that's been it for 5 minutes, whatever.
Do you go to a meeting in your Whack Comics shirt and your White Sox hat, or do you have to change?
Yeah, I don't put on a camera. I don't put the camera on.
Oh, okay.
You think you don't?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Put a piece of tape over it.
Yeah. It's a pretty big camera to be putting tape over, but yeah, it's
What do you kind of setup do you have while we have you for a few more minutes? You do have like one of the most high quality setups that I see in the community.
Oh, thank you. I actually have it's called the Sony ZV-1 camera. So
Is that
it's
from the future?
It is not, but it's pretty good. It's a lot of the bloggers and vloggers use it. It's small size camera, just a real camera, but it has good resolution, 4K and stuff like that. So it's pretty good.
So it's an
And,
actual camera you can take like on vacation to use for taking pictures as well.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I used it to create, you can make your own videos on it as well. I mean, I did the whole, when I went to the museum, I did the whole museum video on this camera, but then I also shoot still photos with it as well. It's really good quality.
That museum was super cool.
Yeah, it was neat. It was really new. I was kind of bummed. Yeah, I was kind of bummed because portions of the trip through the museum, I was like, pull out the camera and it has a viewfinder on the back of it. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I open it up, I hit the power, and I'm doing all my thing, and I'm like, oh, check this out, check that out, and all that. And then I realized I wasn't hitting the record button on the top.
Oh,
I was seeing through a viewfinder, but I was assuming that it was recording. So I missed a big portion of the museum. I was so bummed. I was like, oh, the whole Daredevil section gone. I'm like, man, that's like, damn it. It's like, oh, well.
Well, the rest of it was so high quality that it made up for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can always go back.
Yeah, there you go.
The whole time I was watching it, I was waiting to see like a Kirby setup in there, and it seemed like it was such a small little part of it.
It was,
like,
yeah.
Who designed this? Like, what jackhole laid this floor plan out?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It
seemed like it was geared more towards Stan than anything, and I was like, I want more of the Kirby stuff. I mean, Stan was, a portion of it, but
I've talked about it before, but when, like, as a kid, when you're drawn to comics, you don't look at a shelf and be like, oh my god, that's so well written.
Yeah,
like, look at a shelf and be like, oh wow, look at that art.
Yeah, yep, yeah, exactly.
Maybe you don't, Mark, but some people actually read the books.
No, I'm talking about before you even pick it up off the shelf.
I know.
But yeah, I love Stan Lee, love him to death. But I just want to see Kirby definitely credited, equally shared in that. Like, I mean, he created Silver Surfer. Like he had a huge part in the actual inception of a lot of these characters, not just drawing what Stan wrote. Bigger part.
Yeah.
That's so. I'm sure he thought it was amazing seeing all those characters come to life on screen, and then everyone loves them that never knew anything about them, including me. I mean, that's really how I got into comics or learned about comics, was through movies. Mm-hmm. I didn't read it when I was younger or anything.
Yeah, I wasn't a big comic reader when I was younger either. I mean, on occasion.
Yeah, I wasn't. I didn't at all. I don't remember reading anything as a kid. I didn't see any in the library. I probably would have, if I just had like that one person introduce some stuff to me or tell me, hey, you should check this out. I would have loved to, but the only thing I remember reading was like Calvin and Hobbes kind of thing. Or
yeah.
I read Kingdom Come for the first time when I was in 3rd grade.
Yeah, I wish somebody would have handed me some stuff like that.
My 6th grade book report was on Kingdom Come.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. And your teacher didn't allow it or something?
Didn't you get a bad grade? Yeah.
No, I turned in that is like my favorite story of all time. You saw my Would You Rather video where like that's what I pulled up as my example of why I would never not be able to have DC and Marvel. Kingdom Come is the DC example on that. But I turned in this exceptional book report, passion project. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't just like, oh, Superman's retired, bad guys. No, I got into like the nuances of it, like the parallels to the religious aspect to it, how it's presented through like a superhero based story versus like a mythology story, and compared all kinds of stuff as a 6th grader because it was a passion project. She didn't read or hear none of that. She saw the word Superman, Wonder Woman, all this stuff, and she didn't say nothing to me. She calls my parents, and they come up to me. My mom's like, apparently you can't do the book report on that. She said it can't be on a comic book. I'm like, oh, perfect, Mom, because when we were on vacation the summer before that, we went to a bookstore in Tennessee or somewhere, and they had the hardback volume of it. Like it's the novelization of it in hardback form, which is even more extended than the comic. So I took that into school the next day with me and put it on her desk and said, this is what my book report is on. And then she turned it into a 100 and credited me with an amazing job. She wasn't mad that it was a bad job. She just thought I was writing it on Funny Book. She must not have actually read it. If she would
Yeah,
have
I
read
think
it,
that's a pretty bad teacher, if you ask me.
yeah, she didn't
But
read the book report. She was. But in her defense, this is the same year that Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow came out. My mom was not a fan of me watching PG-13 movies if I'm not PG-13. So an R-rated movie, and it was only R because of the decapitations. There was no F words, there's no nudity, there's none of that. It's just content. Well, Miss Banks, my sixth grade teacher, did call my mom in my favor on that and kind of explained the movie to her and how it is literally just the decapitations and it's not overly gory. It is got some blood stuff. So she allowed me to see that because growing up, Sleepy Hollow was like one of my favorite stories ever. So that big ups to her on that. So that puts her back at neutral. She's back at 0.
but as a teacher to give somebody that on a book report, like
Without reading it.
especially a kid that's passionate, like wouldn't you be excited for that kid no matter what it was?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
lean
you would
into
think.
that. Like, hey, you love this. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a
I
bad
think
teacher.
we got to think like this is also like this is well before any of like the big movies have dropped or comics are in the mainstream like they are now. So her, I don't know, her preconceived notion and her perception of comics were so far off base because she has no real knowledge of them. Only just they're funny books or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever she thought
I
of
don't think it
comics
matters
could
what
be
it
like,
was that you were passionate about. It could have been anything. It could have been your trip to see the road, and you loved how the road like moved you.
yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. If you love it that much, and you could write a whole essay on it. Yeah, that's pretty dark. That explains a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does. Slowly but surely peeling away the onion of slot.
Yeah. Now we know. Now
That
we
was
know.
one of the first ones I read as just like comic books in general. I did not love it, and it's good, but I think The Dark Knight Returns is what sold me more on comics than Killing Joke.
Chip's power just went out, or either he's just really fulfilling his name as the White Shadow.
White Shadow.
My first comics were G.I. Joe. I was all about that G.I. Joe comics and Silverhawks after my friends would read them and play it out in the woods. What else did you and your friends do in the woods, Joe? We discovered ourselves and each other. Aw. You so sweet. You're welcome. Say, that's not what I said. I hear it, thing, yeah. My little girl's starting to say words now, and it's adorable. Like she says the mommy and daddy stuff, but she just started saying bath. Like that's like the routine. We eat dinner and go straight to the bath after that.
Mhm.
Normally it's required, but she goes bath, bath with a bunch of F's. It's so cute.
Hold on.
So I'm all alone now. The White Shadow is left. Daywing is left. They will return. What's everyone in the chat read this week that they really enjoyed? I did hear Pocan Joe's review of Wonder Girl, but I couldn't. Man, we disagree on a lot of books, and which is really fun because I would love to argue with him about them. But I thought this was solid. What this book, he asked the question in his review, "What is this book trying to tell me?" And he didn't feel like it delivered an answer to that. But he actually gave the answer when he was describing it. It delivered that this is kind of a not a spring break book, but an example of how like it's inherent in her that she has the drive and the desire to do good and to help people, as well as just the first start of an origin story. And I do get that there was no big, crazy, flashy moment to really draw new readers in, but I think Jolie Jones isn't trying to write a number one gimmick book, which that whole number one gimmick where you try to just draw people in is actually what pushes me away from a lot of stuff like Radiant Black number one, where it gives you like an origin, a setup with his friend. It gives you an equal opposite villain all in one issue, and it was kind of crappy. And but issue 4 of Radiant Black, I dropped it at 3, read issue 4 digitally, and it was fantastic. The series took a hard left.
Yeah,
Hard.
it's gonna be so different now. Like it's a whole new book. It's a whole
Yeah.
new story now.
So issue 4 of Radiant Black is like the origin story. what you thought was issue 1 was, but issue 1 wasn't. It's issue 4.
Yeah, I that really surprised me. I was not really on board. I loved issue 1 of Radiant Black. I know a lot of people didn't, like you just said. I loved it. I thought it was so good. I was fully ready. And then issues 2 and 3, I did not like. Now
So I
number
didn't-
4, I'm like, okay, I guess I have a new life now to it.
So I'm still 50% in on it too, because issue 1, I'm like, this is such a lackluster start. Issue 2, I didn't think like story plot dynamic was there, but I did like the tone of it, like with him and his dad, because like I was just coming off Firepower. It kind of filled that void for something that's kind of like real like personal and close, like with the whole like family relationship thing. So that was kind of cool. So that issue in that moment, kind of like that was a decent issue to kind of figure out who this character is and where he stands versus, oh, I'm Kyle Higgins, I'm a writer, I'm in debt, oh, I got to move home with mommy and daddy. I didn't ask for his biography. So issue
Yep.
2 was kind of cool, but 3 was garbage. I didn't even finish it. Like it was literally garbage.
The end of 3 was okay, but man, the first half of 3 was so bad.
Well, what was the end of 3? Because I didn't finish
We
it.
actually get to see like him be a superhero. He gets a, although it is a little cheesy, but I liked it. He gets on
Is that
like
where he changed
Twitter.
the tire?
He gets on Twitter and he like goes and looks for it's better than the start. So it was refreshing because that start was so bad.
See,
That was like-
I did get that far. I just didn't read the last couple of pages, I believe.
Oh man, just thinking
Lurking
about
and working.
how about that
Lurking and
cover?
working.
Did you get the cover B of number 3, or did you see
No,
it?
I'm a cover A guy.
Yeah, I know, but did you at least see it? It's like terrible. It's one of the worst covers ever.
I do not remember it.
You got to
Yeah.
pull it up so everyone can see it.
It was a Peach Momoko cover.
No, I wish Peach Momoko did this cover.
I'm just picking on Chip right now.
Hey, wait, why are you picking?
Chip
on me?
doesn't like Peach. Chip does like Peach Momoko.
He's all right, and Chip's defense, and I know he's here and he can speak for himself, but I feel the need to speak for him. He's
Thank
a
you.
fan of watercolor artists because he deals with watercolor art himself. So in that vein, perfectly logical and reasonable explanation.
Mhm.
So that makes perfect sense. Me not being, just so that's where we differ on that.
Listen, it's either Peach Momoko or Liefeld, and I'm going for freaking Peach.
What a controversial
At least you-
question that was.
Yeah, I know exactly. At least Peach could draw the feet and doesn't rely on power.
There it is. It's to the left. It's the white one.
Oh, this.
That one.
Yeah, worst
Oh
cover
yeah, yeah,
ever.
yeah.
Yep. That was actually a cover of a book that they made, printed, and decided that was good enough to be printed and sold.
All right, Tyler. I don't know if you remember this, but 2 weeks ago we discussed talking about something today, and I actually caught one of your comments about it on. It was either an Instagram post or a video or something for someone else that I caught your comment on. So I'm really excited to hear your opinion. That's obviously going to differ from mine as well as Chip's. But Jupiter's Legacy. What's up with that?
I did not like it. I thought it was insanely boring. Like they set it up the first end of the first episode, and I wanted to fall asleep the rest of the time. I did like the flashbacks. I think if they
Love the
told it in
flashback.
order, maybe I would have been more interested. I liked that, and I liked the lead up to it, and then the discovery at the end of like them getting the powers and stuff. That was interesting, but man, the modern day stuff and the modern day characters, there's not one character I care about. They can all die. We can reset.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed the flashbacks a lot more.
Yeah.
Just because like I like the time era, like being in that time era. It was more interesting because I didn't live in that time era, so it's always more intriguing. There's always mystery and unknown involved. I think that I think it was a cool, like haven't read the comic, so I thought it was a cool premise and everything, with us getting an introduction, an event that leads us into just for more or less a murder mystery. And when you get past the what is it? Oh, you can't have that. You can have that right over there. Ooh. When you get past like the obvious budget differences and the caliber of the actors involved, which I don't have a problem getting past that kind of stuff, and you get into the actual like what is this about? That's where I just fell in love with it in both eras when it's just about it's basically why is Superman still relevant? Told with different characters in a different world. Why is his code so important? Does his code hold up? Like it I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
No, I can see everyone's grievances with the production value being less than what we're used to with other stuff like MCU. But I love the lore that they set up and the flashbacks. I love the mystery that's still involved in there. I love the huge twists at the end of it. I'm intrigued to see Skyhawk actually show up. Finding out that it was knowing that Skyhawk's kid running around trying to figure out where he falls on the spectrum of things. Finding out at the end that the pretty for lack of better words the boom tube staff that he has was actually a former superheroes from the original six. I thought that was cool. There's so much in there. I thought it was a great introduction season without going too heavy into all of this stuff and losing us. It was just simple, straightforward introduction with a cool origin in it.
Well, slot. The Boys season 1, I think, is one of the best season 1s on TV ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
And I don't think many people have that opinion, but that's my opinion. I think it is that good. So it is nowhere near that, and there is not a chance I'm going to be watching season 2.
Yeah. What? I didn't know she had
But
actually
other
just took this
people
one
enjoy
from
it,
her.
so I think you should give it a shot because a lot of other people enjoy it.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, I enjoyed it, but I could see where Tyler's coming from. It was a little.
Absolutely.
Do you like
But
the Boys, Chip?
I do. I love The Boys. Yeah. Oh,
Love
yeah.
The
That was
Boys.
awesome. Yeah. The Boys is awesome. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I love the boys. I'll be honest with you guys. I enjoy Jupiter's Legacy more just because, like, I guess it's just I have more of like an old school love to comics versus the new school stuff. And the boys, that's
Mhm.
really the difference. They're hard to compare.
That
The
that
Boys
is
is a
a
total-
good comparison. That it
It
is
is.
much more old school than new school.
Yeah.
And I just enjoy the old school aspect of it, like the classicness of you're taking a classic superhero story and you're testing its validity. Does it hold up? Can it stand the test of time? Is it still relevant? I love those questions that they were exploring in this. And by the end of it, man, it put more tension on the question than the beginning of it when Samson was sitting there looking at Darkstar holding his kid and he didn't save him, what was his name? I want to say I've been reading We Live, so I keep messing up his name. But it's Paragon. He ended up saving himself, but I enjoyed it.
Robbie, you just.
I can do that for you, Cole.
Yeah, Justice Society was good. I didn't hear it's like all right. By now, people should know that the DC Universe animated films are not shot for entry level watchers normally. Normally, they're shot just straight. They're so good because they lean so heavily into the comic content. They don't pull punches. They don't waste time spoon feeding viewers. They're no one's going to make and spend money on a comic book animated movie and expect the general audience to be drawn to it and go pick it up versus your core fan base. So it's made for core fan base. So last night on that show with Slot, Rob was complaining that it sucks that you have to have comic book knowledge when you're watching a comic book animated feature film, and that didn't make any sense to me.
I haven't seen it, but I need to, but I just haven't seen it. Yeah, where's Ryan? What's going on?
It's still early. Y'all hear that backup noise? Oh, it's Chip's microphone listening in on his neighbors.
Sorry.
It's not loud. It's just like a little. Like you just hear it a little bit. It's like, huh?
It was. Is it gone now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my gate.
Uh-oh.
I froze. Chip
No,
froze.
he froze.
He froze and you got really still at the same time. I'm like, oh, fiddlesticks.
No, I was
Yeah.
just like,
Am I back?
oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
you're back.
Yep, you're back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Ava's. You can't drink Ava's water.
One day maybe I'll. Well, actually, I don't know if it would ever be a nicely made bed. I don't believe in making the bed. I just don't believe in it. Tyler is a rock. Sometimes when other people freeze, I always freeze too. I'm like, oh, are they gonna come back?
I freeze too, just for the suspense purpose.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt either because as soon as you come back, if you start talking, oh, he's frozen, then you're like talking over them when they come back, and it's like I don't want to start talking. I'm the best rock though. I can be a rock.
Yeah. Yeah, Justice Society was really cool. Just throwing that out there. It was very cinematic in the way that the animation was done. Like not the style of animation, but like they were framing shots. They were building those like little moments and everything. The animation is really smooth with all the New 52 era stuff that they did in the shared universe that concluded with Dark Side War. The animation was the same through all of it. It matched, and they have a new animation style that's running through the same and matching, and it's a little more bold black lines and everything. So it takes a minute to get used to a new field when you've been used to something else for so long. But the actual movement, the animation movement and stuff is so smooth.
Yeah, I've never seen any animation they've done that I've disliked. So,
and I agree with this. The Lego stuff, it's the smartest stuff coming out. It might not be your favorite or whatever, but it is definitely passion projects, every single one of them, and it shows. The thing is just rent or buy right now. It just came out like last Tuesday or something. Oh, we forgot to do this.
Oh yeah. It's because Chip froze and messed us up.
Chip froze, yeah.
I blame Chip.
DC animated movies do not usually disappoint. What is up, dude? That
What's
shirt
up?
expired.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm dragging today because that second shot knocked me on my behind yesterday.
Oh yeah.
See, I'm hearing that across the board from people.
Yep.
On the way.
I'm a little slow.
Yeah, my wife, when she got her second shot, she was out for like 2 straight days. She got it on a Friday and started feeling like down on Saturday and was out all Sunday. It was like 2 whole days of her not wanting to move.
Yes, I was out. I was in bed yesterday. My arm was sore, and it's just I woke up this morning still a little bit tired, but the soreness went away, and I'm back.
Yeah.
Baby.
Well, we're glad you're back. We missed you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank
Are you going live today?
Yeah, I have a very nice box from somebody in the community to unbox today. I've actually got like a whole week's worth of mail that I'm just sitting on. I couldn't
I
get.
feel like Tyler was fishing for that.
No, I actually wasn't. You just usually go live on Friday. That was really just ironic.
Yeah, I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it Wednesday or like at least Tuesday or Wednesday. I like to get at least one live in, but couldn't do it this week. So it might be a triple dip today.
Nice, do it. Dip all you want.
I can never wait. I should start making like videos like that because I get something a lot. I get a ton of stuff, but I just never do. I usually just post it on Instagram.
Dude, I wish I was coming up with more like I feel like I had my first like good idea for a video ever over last week, and I'm like, dude, I need to do a free comic book day preview video for this year because no one's done one yet, and everybody ends up missing out on stuff or wondering what's coming out, and that video will be relevant for until the end of August.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I'm like, you have a decent idea.
It's gonna be big this year too, right?
Yeah, it's huge. I posted over 50 books, not even including the DC stuff or the merchandising stuff yet.
Or Marvel, I don't think, right?
No, I
Is
had
that
Marvel
stuff
and
out?
Indies on there.
Okay. I watched it,
There's all the
but
stuff
then I'm
that's-
like, I'm going to have to watch this again in like 2 months.
Yeah. But, dude, LCSs are ordering. Like, that's the thing.
Yep.
LCSs are getting
I was there
ordered.
when my LCS ordered. I listened to like everything they ordered. You're like, how many of those should we get? 50.
50.
It's like, how do
Real
you come
quick.
up with these numbers? I don't know.
Real
We just
quick,
guess.
I've left this up on the screen so I don't forget. But the movie's playing on the brand new shared universe that they're building. This is the first one that connects anything. We got introduced to Superman and the Man of Tomorrow, which is the first one for the new shared animated universe. Then they did Batman Soul of the Dragon, which was really a period piece, kind of in the 70s, which was the introduction to him, but didn't tie to anything. So this one is the first one that we're getting that kind of ties to Superman. You get the modern day Flash with the Superman from Man of Tomorrow interacting, and because of that interaction, Flash kind of is thrusted through time. And
What's up, Joe?
what happens is he ends up in like a World War II era, and he is assuming that it's his world in the past, but we come to find out other things from it. So it's really just playing on an introduction to itself as well as leaning into the whole original Earth 2 stuff from back in the Silver Age.
Hey, so let me ask. I mean, I know that they're two different parts of the whole pie, but what do you think the disconnect? Because the DC animated stuff kills. It's great. Like, why can't they translate that to live action?
Maybe
Because
they have to
Warner Brothers is
explain too
afraid
much?
to. Yeah, the Warner Bros. Like the same thing that because what'll happen is everyone will sound like Rob.
Yes.
I
They'll
don't
say,
know who
oh, I
these
don't
characters-
understand.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I
who
think
these
that's what it
characters
is.
are because they're DC animated is good because they're playing to the fan base. You don't hear
Like
Like-
Apocalypse War, nothing was explained. They just dove deep, and it was amazing. I love that movie.
mhm. None of the DC animated movies sit there and spoon feed you stuff. Some of the best comic. Tyler, how much do you like Watchmen?
It's good. I like that.
And that's because he doesn't placate to a general audience. He took the comic book and threw it on the screen.
Yeah.
Throw it on the screen. We're going to change the giant squid to an explosion because that makes more sense. And it really does, like, if you want to get down to it. Because even when the book was written, your threat is nuclear war. Your threat are bombs with one country to another. So why would it be a squid that brings everyone together versus a bomb? So
Yeah.
that, in my opinion, was a smart move.
Or flat. I was gonna say Flashpoint. Like in Flashpoint, they have like one scene, and then they immediately go back, and then he's like seeing everyone, like mom, dad, and like he's like sees people. It's like that would all have to be explained in a live action movie.
Yeah, why is
Yeah.
he surprised to see his mom?
Yeah.
Why, like,
So I think too, like now that we're going to have a whole generation, since the comic readers are such a small segment now that the movies are out, I think that we have the whole new generation of comic readers. We may not have to do that in live action. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. It'd be interesting to see for sure.
Because the hardcore,
Them just dive into it.
yeah, the hardcore comic readers are such a small segment of where the money's coming from.
Yeah, it
So
took
that-
me a minute. Like even when Mark made that connection between Commandy and the Superman suit and stuff like that, I was like, "Oh crap! Okay, now that makes sense." But yeah, you just it's the DC movies are made more for the fans, I think, as opposed to kids. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Just yeah.
we'll talk about it later.
Where'd Chip go?
He'll be back.
It's the White Shadow.
I
That's
just
what
missed that,
he's
but
always
what are you
saying.
talking about with the connection with Commandy?
Yeah, I didn't get that at first. That's why I wish. Because I asked Rob. I go, should we have Mark on? Because I knew you would be able to make the connections with. Because I didn't read all the Future State. I'll be honest. I
It
read
has nothing to
some
do
of
with
it.
Future State. It has zero. That Commandy connection has nothing at all to do with Future State. That's just Commandy. That you're going back to 1972. That's just Jack Kirby.
Gotcha. See, I never read that either. So, and then I was hoping to find that that little short you were talking about as well, but I bought it on Vudu and it didn't come with that. So I'll have
Normally,
to
like
find it
with,
separately.
with live action films, Vudu's awesome as a place to watch your digital stuff because most stuff when you like if you buy a movie on physical, it comes with a digital 90% of the time. So I'll wait, and if it's like DC comic stuff, I'll wait for it to come out on disc because I'm going to buy it and support DC. And also, if the power goes out or if that code expires, because you don't own the movie digitally, you're just renting it while they have licensing for it or whatever, which is
Yeah.
normally an undetermined amount of time. But if you buy it on disc, it comes with a digital copy plus all the special features. And for over 10 years now, DC Comics has been doing what's called DC Comics Showcase, where it has an awesome intro and everything, where it's like a camera flying into a comic shop down to a spinner rack that's moving, and the spinner rack stops on a story. Like they've done a Green Arrow one, they've done a Spectre one, they've done a Phantom Stranger, a Catwoman, a Superman Shazam Return of Black Adam. They've done so many of them. and they're some of the best movies. Like the Spectre one is one of the coolest ones I've ever seen. And I think that was the first one they ever did back in the day. But so I already know to get them on disc to get that. But I don't know why they don't include the special features with the DC animated stuff on Voodoo.
I know. I bought the. Dude, I spent like $160 one day on the DC animated collection on Voodoo. It was like every DC animated movie they had, and I've watched most of them multiple times. But you're right though about buying them and having them yourself as opposed to on an app, because eventually you never know.
Crisis on Two Earths that they did back in the day with the Crime Syndicate. You know what's in the special features of that? The unaired live action Aquaman pilot from 2004 or 5. That's the only place you can own it. You can't buy that digitally online. So like again, DC is always placating to their fan base. If you support them, you get paid off for it. You know, like how they don't announce like all these sleepy keys. Like when Robin King popped up, everyone was specking on number 3 and all these shop exclusives like first appearance of Robin King, get this book now. And the week before, or the month before that came out, DC just slides Dark Knight Death Metal out there with a 1 in 25 first cover, first origin, first appearance, unannounced. Like if you're reading their books already, you just scored. If you're just sitting there specking on them, you just overpaid for a $3 book. And they do the same thing with their movies. Like they're gonna hand you gold. And all of the movies come with at least 3 or 4 episodes from Justice League, Batman the Animated Series, Superman, something that ties in loosely or some way or features a main character from the actual movie. So you get hours and hours of video content outside of just the movie. It's really cool.
And I don't agree with the whole DC can't make live action movies. I like pretty much every DC live action movie. Are they as good as like Endgame? Maybe not, but are they still really good movies? I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe not
Justice
Green
League.
Lantern, but that was still pretty campy and fun. I mean, it wasn't horrible.
Yeah, dude, when you get on OA, like if you shave off everything but OA and just showed somebody who never knew, doesn't have anything knowledge or anything about that movie ever existing, and just showed them that, you'd be like, this is solid. But you get off of OA and you're like, man, they're really just wasting the rest of this movie. What is up, Adrian? How are you doing, buddy? Yeah, Freaky Lou knows Justin Hartley was cast to play Aquaman because they knew Smallville was going to be wrapping soon, so they were working on future properties already. So instead of getting Green Arrow to play Aquaman, they went the different direction of killing the Smallville stuff and the actors completely and getting Stephen Amell to play Green Arrow. It was cool.
He is Green Arrow, I think.
He is.
Just like the what's the actor's name that plays Daredevil? I hope they get him to play Daredevil in the movies.
Charlie Cox.
Yeah.
Sly, and you want me to go against this guy in Rigged? What do you mean?
You did it to yourself, dude. You were the one that was like Rain Man on Rig, so you get to go against the Rain Man.
This guy's he's citing years, comic panels, colors,
Actors. I mean, we could probably talk about hip hop, and Mark could tell us like what year albums came out and just random knowledge.
Nobody else has got that T-shirt but him. I mean, I can't compete with that. How do I compete?
What, this T-shirt?
Yeah.
That T-shirt won't fit anyone but him.
Not even Link's has that T-shirt.
It's too big for me.
Let's be real here. That T-shirt's not going to fit us.
What's up, Off-World? Chip
Oh,
Gettler's back. We can
Chip's
start
back.
the show again.
Hi,
The white
sorry, guys.
Rhino has returned.
We held it.
Holy
We held
crap.
on, guys, till he was back.
We seem to have multiplied.
Aquaman from Smallville
We've got
plays
that.
Talking Titans false.
Right.
Check wiki on that one, Louis. You got that one off.
Is Adrian APM still in the chat? 'Cause if he
I don't
is, I want to give everybody in the rap battle some ammo to go watch. Go check out a video on Adrian APM's channel where him and a bunch of friends did the Harlem Shake like 8 years ago. It's hilarious. You got to do some digging whenever you're in a rap battle. You got to find some ammo.
I can't imagine any ammo on me. That's the one.
Alan Richson plays.
I couldn't come up with
Paul-
anything that anyone could say about me.
No, not at all, Tyler.
No.
Nothing.
No, nothing.
I don't have like 2 or 3 pages written about you yet at all.
No.
Hi, Nicholas. How are you?
Feeling better today, buddy?
Yeah, my arm is not sore anymore. I have a little bit of energy, but good morning, guys. Come on. Dealing with some work stuff now too, so
Yeah.
You look like you're working hard.
I'm at work right now.
Hardly
I actually got to do something in about an hour when the school bus shows up.
Get rid of the kids.
Yeah, just the school age kids. What's weird is like only part of the kids go to school now because of COVID. It's like
Yeah.
this kid goes to school on this day of the week. This kid goes on this day of the week. It's so weird. At least they're going back to school though, because they're actually learning stuff again.
It's funny
Yeah.
that you said only part of the kids go to school, not some of the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Like,
know.
what parts is like
It's
the
too
top
early
half?
for me. You guys have been doing this since like 4 o'clock my time. I got up, got my coffee, and I'm like, holy cow, they've been going for an hour and a half already.
Yeah. So we still might have 5 hours ahead of us.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's just
my
getting
buddy
going.
Brent is in town. He got in town day before yesterday and stayed the night, but he went and hung out with his mom last night. And he said he wants to get back over here early today. And if y'all watch my channel early on, he was on a lot with me. But so we're just kind of hanging out at the house, at least waiting for him to get here. Then got the Friday rounds of hit the comic shop, pay some bills, same old, same old. But we'll be doing this at least till he gets here.
Nice. I was gonna say, yeah, the bed's not in the picture right now, so we're missing something.
Yeah, Ryan, it's, it's early. He's got kids as well, so he hops in when he can. He's a staple of this comic channel, and today's the day. Real quick, if y'all don't know, go over to Ryan's channel. It's called the Cosmic Campfire. He has rebranded it. I got to try to find the name of this video, but he's doing his giveaway today for Dino Thrashers at 4:30 Eastern time. So all you have to do, you don't have to be present to win. All you have to do to enter is go to that video where he interviewed the creators of it and comment hashtag Dino Thrashers. But those books are awesome. The creators send him 2 copies of number 1 to read. One and keep one and give the other one away if you'd like to. And of course, he's doing it.
I feel like I already did it.
You might have. I'm going to try to get the video.
Maybe I did it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Have you guys read that parallel book written by that Jason Douglas?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
The interview that Gary B and Jimmy and I did with the indie writer. Matter of fact, I got a box. If you haven't read it and you like indie books, I'll send you a copy, Mark, because I ordered 10 copies from Source Point Press to hand out.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
I had to win mine.
What's that?
I had to win mine.
Oh yeah.
You win everything, though.
This showed up in my mail unannounced. I have no clue who the return on it was. It's from Source Point Press, and I've had it for about a month or maybe more now, and I'm just so confused. I have no clue how it got to me or what I'm supposed to do with it. But I haven't read it. I'm afraid to open it because what if it's cursed? It showed up unexplained. So if anyone knows anything about this, or if y'all have received a copy of this yourself unannounced.
I know the creators were just on Not Near Matt.
Well, I wish I could have asked them how'd y'all get my address?
Yeah.
And so as your popularity grows, you're going to start to get a lot of free swag that you're not going to know. So
Yeah.
Well, people, in all sincerity, I told these guys earlier, a comic shop owner who did the Batman 108 first appearance of Miracle Molly variant for a shop by Derek Chu, he reached out to me and asked if he could send me the book so I can unbox on the channel and kind of, I guess, this advertisement for him. And he sent all 3 copies, the trade, the virgin, and the limited. So that's pretty cool. But you know what he did? He asked how to send them to me. He wasn't sure what my address was. Were these guys? They know my address somehow.
I just write Legion of Comics on the package and it just goes there.
Shows up. Yep. It just
Yeah.
shows
That
up.
makes sense.
it actually just teleports there. You don't have to
Yeah.
Mhm.
And with how good your shipping is, it gets there really quickly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That Augusta, Georgia shipping.
Yeah. It's like instant.
Yeah.
Go around.
Overnight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is the book I was telling you about right here, Mark.
Sure.
If you haven't read this, I'll
Oh,
send
yeah,
you a
you were
copy.
just giving those away on Rick. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, I would love a copy.
It's a good
I'll
book.
definitely check it out.
Lee won a copy, so I have it. So I read it, and then Lee will get it eventually.
Lee gets all your hand-me-downs.
Yeah. Well, technically it's his, but I just
Yeah, well,
haven't
yeah.
sent it to him yet.
Hey, so
I
like
like buying a gift for someone and then playing with it and then boxing back up.
Y-
sending it
yeah,
to 'em.
that's a
Here,
yeah.
this was for you.
Well, I wanna read it, and I didn't get a copy, so I was like, I'm gonna read yours, Lee.
I just dropped the link if you want to hit that video for whoever's watching and comment hashtag Dino Thrashers on it at 4:30 today on his channel. He'll be giving that book away, so be sure to subscribe to it while you're there as well, so you know when he goes live. You don't have to be present to win, I don't believe. I don't think so.
Go
It's
do
kind
it.
of a middle of the workday kind of show.
So I haven't went through, Tyler. Is there like an origin story for you and Lee's friendship? Have you discussed that before?
We've discussed it a few different times, but not every time Lee discusses it, he tells the truth. So even if you've seen it, I don't know if you know it. Basically, I do reviews on Twitter, and he was just like on Twitter, and I had followed him back. So he reached out to me to go on and like just talk about comics. So we were just chatting, and then we kept chatting after we had chatted on YouTube, and it's like the worst video ever. So you can go check that out. Because at that time he was like really nervous, and I was really nervous, and I didn't want to do YouTube, and he didn't want to show his face. So then we just kept talking, and then I started doing videos with him, and then from there we just kind of kept going, kept hanging out and talking, and yeah, I guess there's nothing really that happened. We just started talking and kept talking.
It's just so weird to have two personalities like that, thousands of miles away, come together. And
I know. We just the way we came together was just we happened to see that we both read books. We didn't even know we were really like very serious people until we got to know each other. Now we realize how serious we are, and we just get along so well because we're so serious.
And that's what I like about you guys. You guys,
Yeah,
no nonsense whatsoever.
Yep.
None. I'll be back. Y'all got this.
He said, I'll be back, y'all. 2 hours later, he pops back in.
Yeah.
No one's spoken.
I won't be watching either. Y'all got this. It's just a community hangout kind of day. Hashtag We Are Legion. You got it.
Yeah, he doesn't come back. This is just now a 24-hour stream, and we can't leave.
You can leave. The watch time's still clocking in.
Hey.
Get out of here.
Then he comes back. What'd you guys say? What?
It's like your
Pull the
parents.
perk.
You guys got this. Take care of the house while we're gone. And then they keep popping back
Well,
in.
there's Small Town. I just watched Small Town interview Chris last night. I got super drunk because every time he said Canada, I took a shot.
Jimmy the Don, good morning.
Yeah. Jimmy's like, do you work, slot? God's sakes. Every time I turn on YouTube, there's your face. Jimmy's trying to sell houses to people and put people in debt. And here I am playing on YouTube all day.
Taking care of kids, you know.
Yeah. I don't really take care of the kids. I make lunch every so often when Jesse has errands to run. Yeah. I don't do too much. I mean, I do. But
What's that? Just like peanut butter on a bread, and then here.
Throw
no.
it out.
It's not like when we were kids. You actually nowadays you have to have like a nutritional balanced meal. There has to be
Oh
yeah.
no,
Yeah.
that never happened for me as a kid.
No, I know, me either. My parents would make me like, here's some ramen noodles, and you're good, dude.
And chips.
And some chips, exactly.
Yeah.
We had wish sandwiches when we were younger. You know, wish we had some meat.
Wish sandwiches. I guess we had that too, but my dad called it scrambled egg sandwiches. I'm like, yeah, where's the meat?
Bologna.
There's meat on there.
Here's some bologna. What are we having tomorrow? Well, there's still some more bologna in there, so until it's gone. Bologna. There's nothing better than bologna day after day, too.
What's crazy is bologna is expensive as hell nowadays, and it used to be cheap. It's like for the good stuff, it's like $7 for a package of bologna.
Is it? I haven't had it since I was a
Yes.
kid because it like made me sick. I ate it so many times, so I don't buy it anymore.
What about that stuff with the olives in it?
I don't know what is that. That stuff is awful.
I never because it was like bologna with like this green and red stuff. In
Yeah,
it.
what is that called?
I think it's called olive loaf.
Yeah, something loaf. Yeah, I know it's
Oh
loaf.
man, that's
something, yeah, but
awful. Why would you have loaf in any name
If you have a loaf in your meat
besides
name,
bread?
yeah.
we just took this comic book show and
Yeah,
just
it was,
No, this is so much better. This is
people just pop in on Mark's channel. It's like, oh, unsubscribe.
start talking about olive and bologna sandwiches.
Yes.
Oh, so by the way, I finished this series yesterday.
reading.
Reading
The
it.
whole thing.
Okay.
Read it. Yeah, well, Panda sent it to me probably about a month ago. And I was up to issue 54 when he sent me the 2 compendiums. And I finished it last night. And honestly, fantastic. Fantastic. From beginning to end, I would say for me, it was like the Breaking Bad of comics.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
exactly what I said.
when you have a set beginning,
Mark.
middle, and ends, it makes it fantastic. I don't think I read a better series from beginning to end with no disappointment throughout the whole thing.
How many issues is it? It's like 40 some, isn't it? Or more? Is it 130? I can't remember. now.
144.
144.
Wow.
Wow. I'm working on the Immortal Hulk run right now, and then after that, I plan on doing Invincible because the show is amazing. And if the book is anything remotely that good, I'm sure the book is actually probably better than the show.
Yeah, and I saw something yesterday where they only showed how much of the actual comics were read.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see
And
that.
it was just like a small little piece. Small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much more. It's like what I said after the end of the season, and then like at the end of that arc of the book, it's like now Invincible has started. Now that the season has ended, it's like now this is like what happens now. Because really it's like just one arc. We have so
Just him
much.
getting his powers and figuring out what
Yeah.
it's all about.
And what happened with his dad. That's like
Yeah.
really the beginning of the Invincible story.
So much more.
Yeah.
So
It-
much more.
I think the biggest thing is like every character has like so much, like an entire arc themselves. Every single character has so much depth. It's probably the most characters get the most depth in any story I've ever read.
Hmm.
And that's
When
what
did that
makes
act-
it for me.
When did that actually come out? When did it start coming out?
2003.
What year?
I think.
2003. Okay.
2, maybe.
Hmm.
I don't know. I've never read it.
He's destroyed all his books.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
He didn't care about
Golf clubs to him.
I
Golf
just
clubs to the slab. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just pretend to read so I can pretend to have friends.
gives him ammo for all his hip hop rhymes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, read a comic book.
Yeah.
I think you can say that on here. We just can't like. Actually, Mark doesn't really care when we cuss. He just doesn't like want you to cuss, but he doesn't really care either. He's not Burke. Burke will go off on you.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is like the Burke fam chat. He's always like one of the first
Yeah.
to drop the F-bombs.
Yeah. 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 Yes.
He's
Yep.
got all the pent up aggression that he releases in the chat.
Yep.
Oh, Anachrona Comics is watching us from the gym. Thanks, Joe. I feel super lazy now. I'm sitting there drinking down my like 1,500 calorie,
Yep.
basically milkshake coffee, and you're in the gym on a treadmill,
Mm.
probably.
That sounds good.
He's always
Choppy.
he's always-
Yeah, that's what Mark always says. I'd rather you not, but I'm not your parents. What's up, Dale? Oh yeah, permit. The Invincible book is awesome, but the complete run sells for like 4K. Actually, issue 1 just sold for 4K in a 9.8. Just the first issue, and the issue 2 is like the first Adam Eve and Rexplode. That one's like 700 plus now. The last I looked, it's 700 plus. It might be more than that.
Yeah,
These books are blowing up, man. It's crazy how much these
Mhm.
books are going for. I mean, like
Yeah.
the Something is Killing the Children #1, the 9.8, the one that's in pristine condition you have, Tyler.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I knew it right when I sent it. I knew it was 9.8.
going spine breaking color.
Yeah. I showed Nick that we were talking on the Instagram call for a minute, and he was like, "No, don't show me that. Don't show me that. The back, it's a 9.8. It's the front's all that matters."
That's it.
That guy got busy that day. The grader.
Yeah.
He graded the front
Yeah,
or the back or whatever one side and got busy doing something else, and then I guess I'm
Yeah.
done. That's a 9.8.
yep.
Never
He
flipped
must-
it over.
He must have. At least the front looks good. Although on my Invincible, the front is the one with the problems, and that kind of 9.8 too. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll take those all day. Speaking of gotten busy, I don't know if you've noticed turnaround times now, but they're even worse than what they were. I think that everybody since they subbed right before the price increase, like that made it even worse now. Because
I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
CBCS, 22 weeks it took for them to go from received to showing is in grading. Because just yesterday they went from showing receipt, or the day before yesterday, to showing in grading, and it took 22 weeks. So I don't think that CBCS or anybody else is really that much better. But
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say the books I just got back from CGC. I sent my CGC and CBCS books out at the same time, and I haven't heard back from CBCS at all. None of them are graded. I have all my CGC books back, but none of my CBCS books are graded.
Yeah,
so it's all really just someone working at the facility that's a moron, really, because how hard is it to get a book and then type it in and say, okay, we have it received, it moved, okay, it's over to here. It really takes 22 weeks, but
Well, they do it to manipulate the time,
yes,
as far as I understand,
yeah,
which is great. I love that too.
they don't want you to say, oh, well, we got it received, now it's in grading, now the clock starts. They don't
Yeah.
want to start the clock.
Yeah. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter. Like, people are still going to send them in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for CBCS, they're about 30 minutes away from me here in Texas. So I want to drop my books off so I don't have to pay for shipping, but I don't think they allow walk-ins just yet.
Well,
Yeah,
they might
that's
if they
really
knew it was
convenient.
you. I would.
So we need to send them to Nick so he can drop them off for us, and then we don't have to.
There you go. You guys all heard it here first. Send all your books to Nick.
Send me all of your books. Something killing the children, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. CGC. They're Two Bros just started a CGC funny video, basically. I think they're gonna do it on everyone now. Just their first video was basically CGC, and it was really good. You should check that out.
It was funny. I know that you had that slow turnaround time slot, that receive time. Tyler, I just heard your story with it, but I've CBCS quite a few times, and I've CGC'd. And even in the middle of all the delays with CGC and everybody complaining, my CGCs, not fast tracked, came back in 3 months from
Yep,
send
mine
off
just came back in 3.
So I don't think there's like this determined extended period of time. It's just it could happen to you because I don't think there's any actual. I don't think what it comes down to is I don't think they organize the received room. It's kind of like just like with USPS. I've learned from my local mail that when something falls off the belt or the way that they have stuff come in, they're not like bringing it in the door and putting it in order. Like you're not in line. They're just walking over, grabbing stuff. And I think there's a good chance that your stuff might hit this dark spot of the receiving room that doesn't get hit as frequent when they're moving books. So if you hit that black hole, and it looks like either company, you're just, and when you're reaching out to the people asking about it, they're not the people that go grab the book. So all they're giving you is the generic answer, which is true if your book's not in that bad spot of the room or something. It just, I don't know.
I think Freaky Louie said it best. It's really just human error.
Oh, yeah.
There's people that show up, have a bad day at work,
Not
you know, that aren't trained properly. Just like with CGC, they hired all those new people. All those new people, they got to learn, and they're going to make mistakes in the process. So
The thing that sucks about it is how much weight like just a small grade can mean monetarily when it is like you said, just human error, but it means so much in terms of money.
yep.
Like
Well, they've always
yeah,
they
it's
always
crazy.
they've always fell behind, that grading is subjective. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You have those Overstreet guidelines, and I think people take and twist to what they believe it to be, but who knows?
That's what I kind of got into the little chat argument with Reggie, that he didn't want to go down that route when I was asking about the consistency or the accuracy of the grading between the two companies. He wanted just to dismiss it as it's an art form. No, that it's not an art form. There's nothing art form about grading comics whatsoever. There are literal guidelines that you can print out a checklist, and if you hit X number of checks, it just put the grade into this category. Then when you hit X number of checks, the only thing subjective about it is the human error if they miss something, if you didn't see something. But if it's present on the book, it is constant as math. There is a checklist for it. Granted, it says a certain number of. That means like you can't have like that might be a little subjective if it's 2 or 3, but it's still 1 isn't a certain number. That's just 1, But there's nothing subjective about it other than the human error factor. And I get he's big into CGC and like almost like I don't know, like they clearly work at CGC, but has CGC ties. But he got visibly upset when I asked him that question.
Are you Reggie Collects? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he was on
Okay.
Justin Comics channel and talking about CGC, and I just asked the simple question: which one do you think has more accurate grading, CBCS or CGC? And he didn't answer the question. He danced around the question, and then he kind of like you really like started asking me to like basically search my inner child to find the answer that I seek. He's like, you have to really get down to why are you asking this question? Why do you need to know the answer to this question? And I responded with an answer he gave previously on a different topic of, well, this is our hard-earned money that we're paying a company for their services to provide us with accurate grades to these books. So per what you said, I don't want to be wasting my hard-earned money getting a false product, and Justin didn't highlight the comment. He just let it ride. He's like, this conversation is going south.
It's definitely not an art. It's definitely not an art form.
No.
That is for sure. If you said it was an art form, that is definitely incorrect.
If I can do it, it's not an art form.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Hey, I got to take off and go to a meeting here in 6 minutes.
I miss you already.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate
Blow
that.
'em off.
I
Great
appreciate
talking
you
with
coming on and hanging out with us, man.
Oh, it was great. It was very cool. I appreciate you guys inviting me.
Maybe you
Nice
can come
to meet you.
back.
Cool.
The White Shadow.
The white shadow. Yeah. Off screen. All right. We'll see y'all later.
See you, Chet.
Bye.
Dude, there's Overstreet has been the standard for grading comics forever. Not Overstreet, but the Overstreet. They just took the concept of grading and put it on paper so that anybody can be aware, because your Overstreet is known for their price guide. So their price guide is, if you're going to check the comic book price guide and it's giving you different grades of books and the value pertaining to the grade, they also give you how a book is graded. So if you run across something in a wild, you're capable of having a reasonable guess as to what grade the book is. Not an expert certified grade, but you're not going in blind. So the fact that they can provide a layperson with that information to make a properly educated decision with their money lets you know that it's not an art form.
Oh,
But the fact that someone called it an art form, you're really pandering to a company at that point that's turning out inconsistent product, but whatever.
Yeah, and that's been in there since I first read an Overstreet, which has been, the early to mid 80s. So,
Oh, yeah, I have one behind me as well.
Here's the 23rd edition, and it's in here.
yep.
This is from 92 even. This one's almost 30 years old now.
Don't say it's old, Mark. Don't say it's old.
No, it's not old. It's 30 years old. Yeah, I refuse to call 90s books classics. I had that conversation with somebody before. Like 90s books aren't classics, they're 90s books. I don't even think 80s books are classics.
Where does it say that at, Mark? Where does it have that?
It's usually like in the first third of it.
Page A8 of the 23rd edition. If you go to the very first page, it has a table of contents, and the price guide or the grading scale is always in the front of them. Like, look, it's literally like 4 pages in, and we're looking at, and they don't just tell you like a 9 is this. No, they give you the ability to, if you have this book with you, you can take your time with a big boy book in the wild, and these are all the grading categories. It's like paragraphs. Like a very fine and excellent copy with outstanding eye appeal. It's sharp, bright, and clean with supple pages. Cover is relatively flat with minimal surface wear beginning to show. Cover inks are generally bright with moderate to high reflectivity. Slight wear beginning to show, including some minute wear at corners. Staples may show some discoloration. Spine may have a few traverse stress lines, but is relatively flat. A light inch crease is acceptable. You get 1 inch of crease allowed. Pages or covers can be yellowish / tarnished at least, but not brown, and will usually be off white to white. You know, they give you 1 inch of crease, so they give you a literal measurement.
For what grade? What
That was for very fine,
It's interesting.
which is a 75 to an 89, a 7.5 to anything but a 9.
Comics and Death Metal says art form in the small print.
Yeah,
Very, very small print.
yeah, I see that. It's so small that you can't read it because it's not there.
Anachronic, is that how you say it? Anachronic said that there's a CGC video on grading and that he gave an estimate and then his analysis was amazing that his estimate was the end rating. Why would you give an estimate at any point? Wouldn't you just look at it and like go through and it just slowly goes down? Why would you estimate it before you graded anything?
And isn't your estimate the grading process? Like, let me grab this book and estimate its grade. Like, that's the process.
But you wouldn't estimate before. It's like you wouldn't like look at it and say, "Oh, I'm going to estimate." If you're like properly grading, of course, if I'm just looking at a book, I'd be like, "Oh, this is probably a whatever." But if I'm going to start it at a 9.8. Every book starts at a 9.8. Oh, it has
Starts at
this
10.
thing. Now it's down. Now it's down. Now it's down. Now it's down. Well, yeah, it starts at a 10. You're right.
I think Rob Fastack said that one of them starts at a 10 and goes down. And then I think he said CBCS or somewhere starts at like the 9.8, and then you have to go up from there. You have to make sure all these things meet a requirement to be perfect in order to go up from that 9.8. But I'm not sure if that's the exact way they do it or not.
I listened to Steve Borak talk about 10s in an interview, and they do pass out 10s. They don't pass them out willy-nilly. But he says that he gets people on the floor bringing books, and because he checks like pretty much all the books himself, you know, his eyes go on most of them. I'm sure not 100% of them, but there's wavy pages that you get with a Marvel comic book, automatic, not 10, never can be a 10. Not a single book with wavy pages is allowed to be a 10. Like, and that talks about that in the Overstreet price guide. It says the book lays flat, even for a 9.8. Wavy books should be pushing it for a 9.8. They have to be a 10 in every aspect other than the waves in order to catch that 9.8. And the way that most books hit shelves, just with the way Diamond ships and stuff and Lunar ships, you're losing 9.8s as well, but they're letting those corner dings pass. They're letting the waves pass because they want people to send them books. They're sacrificing their accuracy of their grades for sales.
I heard from was it Wild Comics last night, actually. You know, these newer books, they come and you said they're wavy. It's because he said that like the paper that these books are printed on are extra thin and they're saturated with ink. So
yeah, it's water damage.
Yeah, I heard that too.
But he says eventually, after you have them in a bag and board, they flatten out eventually. But I don't know. This seems like
Most of them do. I've talked about that too, like talking about getting modern books pressed. I mean, if you're sending them off immediately and they're wavy, you might need to. But once I put a book in a bag and board, like I do press them down and get the air out of mine, and I put them in a long box. If I go pull out like a old 70s book out of my long box right now, it's flat. I mean, it's been sitting in there with just a very minute amount of pressure from the back in front of it, just holding it tight. So over the course of months and the years that it sits in those boxes, they get crisp. It doesn't work out damages, but it flattens them out. So thin and so wet. Hashtag Marvel.
Hashtag Marvel, he says.
We got him. Here he comes. Bam.
Good lord.
Oh,
Looks like that bed is unmade with that
yeah.
hair.
Where's the bed?
Got to work on the green screen, bro.
I missed the
I
bed.
know, right? I'm gonna have to do some of those Remy Q lighting tests.
Yeah. We're talking about how thin and wet comics can be.
Okay. Thought y'all were talking about me.
Just Marvel.
Okay, on that note, I have to go work, guys.
You're thin and wet. You need some alone time.
Yeah.
Don't tell the wife.
See ya.
Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
We plugged the Dino Thrasher giveaway and dropped the link earlier. You were probably asleep
Sweet.
still or dealing with the kids.
Probably both.
Getting your day started.
I woke up at 6 and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do more of this sleep thing. I was like, man, I bet Mark's about to go live. I'm too tired.
Yeah, in your defense, it was 7 for me. So
That's true.
So you
Yeah,
haven't
time
already
zones.
watched the new Zack Snyder movie?
Mm-mm.
Come on, Ryan.
Have y'all watched it? Is it out?
I don't think Mark has watched it.
I watched the first 20 minutes while I was setting.
Oh
everything
yeah,
up.
just the first 20 minutes. Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Good,
watch it
bad?
today.
I don't know. I don't think it was bad. I didn't love it though.
That's kind of what I've been hearing on the like early reviews. Not that I didn't see any reviews where people like hated it or thought it was bad, but some people were like over the moon about it, and some people have been kind of like, oh, it was a movie.
Yeah. There were some really good ideas in it that it didn't feel like a Zack Snyder movie. I think that was the one thing. Maybe people will really like that because some people really hate Zack Snyder. Like his
Yeah.
style. It didn't feel like his style. It was very different for his type of movie.
Well, that
So-
makes it even more interesting.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what you think.
Hearing that excites me to just kind of see how it's going to play out because the style is so recognizable and for me
Mhm.
iconic, and seeing the intro is definitely done in his style. He normally has
Oh,
really
yeah.
strong intros to movies, like with Batman v Superman, with the whole origins being played into that, with just in general, he normally has a cool
Watchmen.
soundtrack going. Yeah.
It's
But,
like the best one.
so that was most definitely. So I was happy with the intro to it. It had his signature written all over it, but I'm excited to see where it plays differently.
That's the one
Yeah.
with what's his face, right? Dave Bautista.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that movie. Actually, I
Mhm.
didn't realize it was already out. Now I know what I'll
Only
be
for a
doing
few
today later.
hours.
Yeah, it just came out like 7 hours ago.
And it's on HBO Max. I take it.
Netflix.
Netflix.
Netflix. Okay.
Netflix.
Yep. I'll definitely have to take a look.
Oh, dog.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool too because we haven't seen Dave Bautista be a good actor for anybody else, have we?
Have y'all seen that movie Stuber that he did, where it's like a buddy cop thing with he's a cop after somebody and his
With
Uber driver.
Kamal Nanjiani.
Yes. My
Yeah.
God, that movie's funny.
Oh yeah.
Like it's not good on any level, but it is so funny.
He was good in Blade Runner 2049. Is that what it was?
That was,
20.
that was
Mm.
great.
He was real. Did you see that, Ryan?
Mm-mm.
Oh, he was excellent in that. He wasn't in it a lot, but that was like that whole movie was pretty crazy.
Interesting.
He's not the best actor, that's for sure. But
No, he's not my favorite actor.
No, but
Welcome to
my thing
essence of the
is,
first one.
I
I've never
always
seen that
appreciate
one.
people that you wouldn't expect to be a good actor to actually have like solid performances somewhere, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
John Cena. That's why I
Here
really
we
like
go.
him. I don't care for wrestling. I never cared for John Cena. I thought his shtick was like so stupid. But then I saw him in Trainwreck and I was like, oh wait, but this guy can actually like act and he has really good comedic timing, you know? And same thing with like Dave Bautista. You never expect him to give a good performance, but then when he shows up and does it, you're like, oh wow, okay. So you just need to find the right role in the right movie for him.
What's up,
Right.
John? Morris Comics. Oh my God, what time did y'all go live? Yesterday. This is like the new magic window that I found where it's just a great opportunity to hang out with as many random people as possible. Hey,
We're
hey,
gonna have to have like a live hangout like this on Cardboard for his 24-hour stream. We're just gonna have to move it over there
right?
Saturday morning.
so he's
That'll
doing it
be
on a
fun.
Saturday.
Well, it starts Friday night at 11, 10. Is it 10? Yeah, I think you're right.
And
Yeah, it's
That
after
was smart.
DJ's thing.
Y'all did 12 to 12. He's really planning on needing to go to bed before midnight the next day. So that's smart of him.
I
He
just
learned.
hope it worked out for us because of our sleep schedule, 12 to 12. But it's
Hey,
still
hey.
yeah, it sucked.
Dude,
it was great. I loved it, and I'm so glad we did it. But man,
You died.
it wore on me. It wore
yeah, you
on me
literally
for
died
sure.
and had to be resurrected.
I think I was.
Like, did your sister have to drive to your house and physically get you out of bed?
No, she lives like 2 hours away, so she
I
couldn't have. Oh yeah, that was rough there at the end. Yeah,
No
But-
doubt.
24 hours is a commitment, boy.
yeah, that's it. The thing is, like, I can stay awake 24 hours like pretty easily, and I do often, especially working nights. But it was sitting in front of the computer is what killed me. Because normally I'll be like, oh, I've been up for like over 24 hours. I didn't even think about that. I'm getting tired. Like I can start to feel it. But man, it was not 24 hours when I started to feel it in front of a computer. It was way faster.
Yeah. It's
Luckily,
that's
this
what I
chair's
did
comfortable. I would've died.
whenever the Snyder Cut came out. I was like, all right, I can either watch this when it drops, talk about it with Mark and everybody, and then just stay up for like a whole nother day. Or I could hope I get some time to watch this movie at some point, you know? I was like,
Mhm.
oh, well, let's do it. I think it was like 36 hours I was awake just so I could watch a 4-hour movie at the beginning of that 36 hours, you know?
Well,
But,
dude, you started that marathon watching the first two movies in the trilogy, though. Like, you went, I think, longer than 36 hours even because you were back-to-back watching movies that are 3 hours long on repeat, dropping content, popping up on live streams.
yeah. Yeah, because
That
I
was-
watched
epic.
I watched Man of Steel, and then I think I watched Man of Steel the day before, and then
Yeah.
that evening I watched Batman versus Superman, like the 3.5-hour version or whatever, or
And
3 hours.
did full-length reviews that you posted to the Patreon and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
full-length
and-
reviews.
And so yeah, I finished that at like 9 o'clock that night, and then it was like, okay, well now I just got to stay awake until like 3 o'clock in the morning when the Snyder Cut drops. Then it came out. It was like maybe like the last hour of the Snyder Cut. I was just like, okay, I'm starting to feel it. I was like making coffee and just like trying to stay awake for everything, and then it ended. And I think I texted Mark, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm at like chapter whatever, and I was like, shit, dude, you still have like a whole nother hour of this before we even get to talk about it. Like. I did not pace myself well here.
That was my bad because, like, well, it wasn't my bad. I wouldn't have changed it for the world. The wife is a absolute trooper and a fan as well, and she refused to let me watch it. Her first time watching it was going to be my first time watching it. She wasn't going to put up with me punching her in the leg, saying watch this," or quote mining the
This
movie
would
on
have
the
been
second
the
watch.
ultimate movie for that. I mean, you say you do that, but this movie, you would have just been like, look at this.
It was that this movie being made, like, and this isn't the same for everybody, but for me, this was like the ultimate fanboy payoff, probably that I'll get in my lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was everything I wanted for sure. Everything I didn't know I wanted too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's the thing with like the Snyder Cut and Endgame. You know, these are two movies. Like the movie itself is great and all, but it's like just the fact that like all the fandom got caught up in it, the way that it was released, like cinematically and stuff. You know, like these are all things that are never going to happen again. You are not going to have 20 movies or whatever that lead up to one massive movie that just like pays the fandom all the way through for 3 hours. You know, so. Like, it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and then to turn around right at, a year later, and we get the Snyder Cut that's just, like, another once-in-a-lifetime thing that you're probably never going to see happen again on a screen, you know?
Yeah.
The fact that we got both of those is kind of crazy.
The first Avengers movie was that moment for me with the MCU. It wasn't Endgame at all. Like, Endgame was epic. At least the last 47 minutes of Endgame was epic. The rest of the movie was actually probably some of the worst MCU watching experience of the entirety of the MCU. Like, it wasn't bad, but there was nothing like, let's talk about this forever. No, it was like y'all are just trying to play. They weren't playing fan service; they were playing employee service for the first 2 hours and 15 minutes of the movie, which I get. Like, it's a send off, but the first Avengers movie was the Snyder Cut feeling for me. The first time that you get shared properties together when they are all together in the city, when it spins around and you see them all there, I'm like, this is awesome. And when Hulk finally hulked out, like this dude, when he knocked out that was it. Age of Ultron just felt like a straight comic book movie. I'm used to them being together now. Cool. Infinity War was the far superior film overall, like just structured, paced, story. And then Endgame, the whole time, like I'm sitting there like, can we do something? Like, I don't need to see Captain America fighting Captain America. This isn't entertaining to me. It's not funny. Like, you're leaning too hard into this. I don't need Iron Man talking to his dad. Like, you're cheapening it. You're cheapening Iron Man's relationship with his dad to me now. Like, I don't know. The last 47 minutes were absolutely epic, though. Wouldn't change them for the world. Cap picking up the hammer.
That was amazing.
Amazing.
Dude, I cried.
Yeah.
Like, I never really got.
Goosebumps.
I think all of us did. I think all of us cried at that moment a little bit. We were like,
"Oh,
damn it, man!" Yeah,
it was one of those things, though. Like, I'd always liked Captain America as a character in the MCU, you know. But I never really cared about Thor much. I never really cared about the whole hammer and all of that. But whenever he grabs that hammer, man, like it hit me like a brick house. You know, I was just like, "Oh my god!" Like this means something for once. You know, it was different, but. You know, when Endgame came out,
I didn't like is the stuff they did with Thor really lost me. Like, how awesome is it that they address and kind of touch on PTSD? Cool. How awesome is that they do that with Thor in an MCU finale movie? Stupid. There's a place for stuff like this. There's a time for stuff like this. If Thor is suffering from PTSD, he wouldn't be able to lift the hammer. Period. Like, it just you're. Like, oh, cool, we're addressing mental health. Why are you doing it in the middle of Endgame? Like, how does that make sense?
Yeah. See, when Endgame came out, I got a lot of negative response because I was like, it was cool. It was an event, but this is not a movie that people are going to sit around and watch. It only has meaning to people that have watched at least a majority of the MCU stuff. So, like us, you know, like. My son, he loved it because he was born in 2008. So, you know, he's pretty much grown up with the MCU, you know. But it's not something you're going to watch down the road because it's mostly just fan service, you know. And it's a long movie. To me, Infinity War was a much better movie. Now, an experience, I think Endgame was something special. You go to the theater, it wraps up all these things. But an experience is not going to carry you 10 years down the road. Nobody's going to be watching Endgame like, this movie's so amazing, you know. Infinity War is going to be what people turn to because it's fast paced, it's fun, it's good action, it's very comic booky. Like, I think that's the movie people are going to latch on to more in the long run.
Maybe it's just us nerds that think that way because my wife like lives for Endgame and she watches it every other week.
Good Lord.
She loves that movie.
Maybe could be a comic book thing because we're just
I
so
don't
used
know.
to moving on to the next event, you know. And moviegoers, like I have friends that like they watch the movies and that's it. Like they're not into comic books or anything, and they're still talking about like Endgame and they're still talking about the Snyderverse, and I'm like, pretty much everybody I know about comic books, like we moved on. We're on to the next event, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of the people I talk to, they're still talking about Guardians of the Galaxy.
And
Great
that
movie.
is why Suicide Squad is going to work.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's
James
going to be
Gunn-
great.
Yeah, I'm super
Yeah.
excited.
See, I think where Marvel hit gold with that, reaching into their lore and pulling characters that not everybody is familiar with, and even most avid comic readers don't spend a lot of time on these characters. They don't produce a lot of content on these characters. So we're all able to experience them from a place of neutrality and all learn about them together. So our perception of all these characters is a shared love for them. We all have the same shared love for them. So where Marvel's getting watered down with so much movie content, they've burned Captain America, they've burned Iron Man, they've pretty much burned Thor, and they're moving over to Jane Foster. They took their major characters, their front runners, and completely used them up. They took 60 plus years of comic book storytelling and blew past it, and now they're reaching into their case of lesser known characters, and they're pulling, I'm sorry to say it, less desirable characters. Like we have Photon, we have Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan. Like these aren't characters that nobody runs out to rapidly read and talk about and just experience their stories together already. So they're hoping that they can pull it off just with the movies, but I don't think it's gonna work as well. Whereas Suicide Squad is the same formula as Guardians. You're getting lesser known characters and getting to experience, but they seem like they're more desirable characters on the surface, you know. I hate kids, not my kids, but I hate reading about kid characters. They're boring. They're one dimensional.
Yeah.
You can give them all the problems you want and try to give them all this, but they're still just kids. Let me find out they have to pay taxes, you know, then we can talk.
Yeah, I think a big part of what's going to make the Suicide Squad so good is James Gunn's sensibilities. He's just, you know, you look at Zack Snyder and his goal is to present like the comic book panels on screen, you know, and then you have some of these other directors and creators that are like trying to make something super realistic, you know, and I love how James Gunn like strikes a really good middle. He's like, okay, if I put that on screen, it's going to look corny, but if I adjust it like this, it'll look cool, you know, and he knows how to find like a really good balance of like real life versus like the comic bookiness. And he's one of my favorite directors for comic book stuff because of that. You know, he sees things and he can kind of tell you like, oh yeah, that'll work or that won't work, or we could do this to make it work, or just leave that out because it's not going to work at all, you know. And so that makes me excited, especially the rumors that he's going to be kind of the architect over the DC stuff moving forward. I think that would be really cool to have his vision over more of this stuff.
Yeah, I think he's going to kill it. I hope he stays with DC, like you said, because he took the Guardians of the Galaxy and made him a staple in the MCU, really.
Household name out of nothing.
Out of
I
nothing.
wasn't big into like talking to online community about comics, and I've noticed like my experience with Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is vastly different than what I hear a lot of people talk about, but I loved it. I absolutely loved the second Guardians. It was joke heavy, but that's the only MCU franchise I feel like they're appropriate in. But visually,
they started it
gorgeous.
all.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's what killed the rest of the movie franchises. 'Cause I feel like they all have their own franchise individually. You know, Cap always had that spy feel to it. Thor should have been hard sword and sorcery, and now they're all just carbon copies of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a
Everybody's the
fan at
funniest guy
all
on
of.
screen.
I'm not a fan at all of that movie, but that's
Guardians
okay.
2.
Yeah, I don't like the dude's a planet or whatever, but hey, whatever, it's fine. Yeah,
That's straight out of the comics.
that's okay. I still don't like it.
But it's also not his dad in the comics. You know, his dad was an intergalactic ruler named Jay Sun. I don't know why they switched to the ego. That made zero sense.
It was, yeah. I didn't hate it, but it was far less superior than the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't like the whole Baby Groot thing, honestly. I liked him better as regular Groot.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to drag that out as long as they have with like
Yeah.
you're the creature that can
Yeah, they
literally
have.
change sizes. We watched him grow and shrink and stretch in the first one, but now he's just and then
Yeah.
in
And
in
then
game he's a
teenager.
teenager. Yeah,
They
It was a little odd.
did a little too much with Groot in that movie. They didn't need to do all that.
Yeah. It was one of those things where like success kind of turned it bad, you know. Kind of how I guess like how the Guardians did for the entire rest of the MCU, you know. It was successful, so we'll just copy all this stuff. Like people love Baby Groot, so let's just make him Baby Groot. Like, why? That was a great like end stinger, but then like after that, it should have been gone. Like by the time we meet up with him in 2, he should have been much older and competent, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, like Ragnarok. I don't like Ragnarok either. I think Taika Waititi did everything he could to save it because I love Taika Waititi. He is so good and funny. He's a great director, but I don't like the story. I
thought
have
he was.
no
I kind of
interest.
credit him with why it's bad. Like, what did he do that improved it? What was it before he touched it?
I think he gave it personality
World?
when I think yeah, that exactly. I
That was
think he
horrible.
gave a bad story personality.
Well,
Mhm.
I don't like the. Yeah, now that you mention it, like I think like the direction of the movie is fine. I don't like the story. The story is what's wrong
Yep.
with it, all the way down to
Yep.
the dialogue. Everything is wrong with it, other than hey,
Oh.
Jess,
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
bye.
Last time.
But I don't. I think he's done good with the Mandalorian because he worked heavily on the Mandalorian, hasn't he?
Yeah, he worked on a few episodes. I want to say 1 in each season or 2 in one, and then 1 in the other one. And then he was IG-11. Obviously, you probably knew that.
No, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he was the voice of IG-11.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a robot. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
didn't know that they had to hire someone for that.
Yeah, definitely. So it definitely needed somebody hired for that. he gave that nothing, but basically, I think he gave it to him because he is a voice actor, and then they wanted him to direct. So they just gave it to
I
him.
just hated how they meshed the stories together. Like you're gonna burn World War Hulk, really? You're gonna burn that one? You're gonna burn Ragnarok, really? You're gonna burn that one? How? Like it's just the creative decisions. Just like these are like I said, they burned through over 60 years of great content that is now not usable. You're now you're caught up to current stories at this point where movies going forward, you're going to have movie writers writing comic books for the sake of making movies. You know, the comics that don't even hit shelves. You're not having great writer content adapted anymore. We're past that. So these things are probably going to decline real hard. Like, and I kind of see little semblances of it in Falcon and the Winter Soldier with how heavy-handed that show was in some kind of in aspects like I don't know, like grandstanding versus just telling the story. Like they were trying to hit heavy into like societal points and that where that isn't necessarily that's not present in a lot of the other movies, you know, because they're sourcing stories that aren't from this era or it's not part of the overall story arc. You know, they had to create that element for this and add it to the story they were writing for it. So I think you're going to see more of that.
Yeah. I know that show was pretty heavily affected by COVID and quarantine. So I do wonder like how much of that really affected it and how much of it we're just like kind of making excuses for, you know?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like the thing that bothered me the most about Falcon and Winter Soldier is that they put Winter Soldier's name in the title and then forgot he was even in the show. Like I really hated that because I've always liked that character, the way he portrays action and stuff. Like him and Cap had some of my favorite action in the MCU. And so I was hoping that this show was going to take the Winter Soldier and make him a likable personality and less just like always dreary, you know, like it can't rain. It can't always rain, you know, but that guy is just like in the MCU. It's always like, oh, everything sucks. He's like such an Eeyore, you know? I was like,
You can't rain all the time.
I was like, please, by the end of this show, like we need Falcon to be somebody bigger than he was before, and we need Bucky to be somebody likable that people are going to want to turn out to see. And it seemed like the farther we got into the show, the less that Bucky even appeared in it to a certain point, you know. Then they kind of brought him at the end to like put Falcon over at the end there, you know, and then he's at the last fight and that's it. I'm like, well, what was his story arc? He just apologized to one person that he killed their kid or whatever. Like
Hashtag recovery.
And that would have been a great place to like fix his personality because you know we knew that Sam was like he had worked with PTSD and soldiers and stuff, and they almost did it at the end when they're throwing the shield there, and then they just like kind of didn't. And I'm like, I feel like the Bucky that we're going to get in the next movie is just going to be a weaker version of the one we had before with the same personality.
I felt like that they were building to that, you know, like building to this. They knew that they wanted to bring these characters together, and they were building to that common bond with Sam being somebody who works with vets with PTSD, and then presenting us Bucky, a vet with PTSD, and then down the road you get
like the ultimate PTSD.
Yeah, you get a writer and you get a creative team on the show that wasn't attached to the original story format. So they wanted to do something to make it their own. They had to add something in. Let us work on this too. And instead of just getting on board and delivering what's already there, they had to put their 2 cents in, and it actually made it worse, not better. And that's the problem with the shared universe thing with the movies. They're beholden to a bigger picture. So if you deviate from it, you're running a huge gamble now, because the fans that are watching these things we're watching them with Hawkeyes on. You know, we see all this stuff, we see where it's going, and then y'all aren't taking it there.
Yeah, yeah, but I agree. You know, from a business and outsider perspective, I think we're about to enter the most interesting stage of the MCU because I'm not really that excited for most of what they have announced on the slate.
I'm not excited for anything. I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah, like, see, that's the feeling I get. And I think it's because, like you said, they burned through 60 years. Like, they always seemed like they had kind of this, like, long-term thought process. Like, what's going to happen way down the road? But then we kind of, like, got to Endgame, and it was like, oh, shit, they didn't think about how fast they were running through all their favorite titles with their favorite storylines instead of, you know, fluffing stuff out, you know? Like, as much as I hate filler material, like, good Lord, they should have taken some of those concepts and just like filled them out more so they could still use other parts of the storylines and stuff. But now it's going to be all original. So it'll be interesting to see where they go.
I think the one thing they did think is that they were trying to drive it forward because of the actors' ages and the actors not wanting to go forever, because they didn't. Chris Evans didn't want to. Robert Downey Jr. didn't want to. And now all of a sudden they kind of want to come back in because of COVID and not wanting to, like, they don't have as much things to act. They don't have as many movies.
Yeah,
like things are like, oh, that was really good money. Why did we want out? Like, well, they did, and it sounds like Chris Evans wants to come back.
That would be cool if he did. He's the one that I would be most excited to see come back. I love me some Captain America.
Yeah, I just feel like it's one of those like too soon kind of things. Like, you gave him a send off and everything.
We haven't had anything yet. It would definitely be too soon. We've had nothing.
I mean, even if we're talking like 5 years down the road, like, give us some time to miss somebody before you bring them back. That's what I hate about fandom, like running things, is like we're always on this train of like we know the best thing, but it's like, yeah, but you're already asking for Robert Downey Jr. and Captain America to come back, and like, let me miss them. Like, I want to miss these people, so when they show up, I'll feel good about it. But if they show up anytime in the next like 3 years, it's just going to feel like they were on a vacation.
Did you see, John? You did see the first episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, right? When John Walker first walked out.
How could I forget?
That's when I started missing Steve Rogers the most. So it's time to bring him back. It's time to bring him back.
See, and I actually really like John Walker for giving us better perspective on what it takes to be Cap.
Oh yeah,
I thought that was a great way to use him.
It's not the suit.
No, yeah.
I don't know if fans have really clamored for them back, though. I know that's kind of like what you were getting out, but I don't know if anyone's asked for it. Like,
Oh man, there's like stuff all the time. People like bring back Tony Stark. They bought a billboard to bring back Tony Stark.
You got to remember,
Really?
Tyler,
God,
that
I did
Ryan
not
is
see
present
them.
on all social media.
That blows my mind. Why? Why would anyone want him back? Or and not that he was bad, but it was a good ending. Good.
Yeah, exactly. You give him a good send off, and then you're like, now bring him back in the
Why-
next movie.
Why?
Like,
What are we doing?
there's like a whole
Well, I
fan
think that-
collective that bought a billboard that says like bring RDJ back as Tony Stark or something like
Things
that.
can't end
With the
well. You
Loki
have to beat it
series-
to death until it's.
With the
Yeah.
Loki series, there's potential to get appearances from him at the very least, being that that's
Yeah.
not like they decided to make a whole TV show and invest in something that's outside of continuity. And like, thanks, we appreciate it because we've been waiting for more MCU content. You're giving us a show outside of continuity. Thank you. Just what we asked for.
Oh, you know what I'm excited for outside of continuity? That What If series. I just saw a preview for that. That looks
animated
really,
show?
yeah, that looks really interesting.
That's where I would be interested to have some cameos like that, so that we're not actually seeing them, but we get to hear their voices and kind of.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be in it.
That would be cool. I would be down with that.
As
When
far as
does
I
that
know,
MODOK show start? Weren't we talking about that one
I
time
don't know
before?
what that is.
Mm-hmm.
There's an animated MODOK show coming to Hulu or something, or Amazon
Yeah.
Prime.
No,
And it's
Hulu.
done. It's like their version of the Harley Quinn show. He's just like the suburban dad, but he's just head with little orange trying to raise a family of heads with little orange while he's working at AIM. Like a whole office scenario. And it's done in like claymation or something. It looked fun.
Yeah, it's an interesting animation style, so I'm excited to see that because that's been one of the greatest things about this like rise in animation due to COVID is all the different like animation styles and stuff we're seeing. So I'm interested to see that, and it's it's being run by Patton Oswalt, who also plays MODOK, and it's probably going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a cool little thing. I don't think it's connected to anything else in existence right now, so I think it'll be a lot of fun, and they can just do whatever they want, because Patton Oswalt said Marvel basically gave him a blanket, like, do what you want, and they have like major characters show up and stuff, so it'll be really interesting.
Morning, everybody.
No. Chris
I
has
just
got
watched you
Amtrak.
last night.
I
While you were
woke up
sleeping.
suddenly woke up suddenly thinking Mark is bashing the MCU, so I had to check out what's going on.
I
No,
don't
you
not
should
bad.
up earlier. We
I
were
don't think
bashing
anyone
Canada
bashed
first.
the MCU.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah.
bashing it, just talking critically about some decisions of directions that they've taken.
I thought I heard you say something about the MODOK show. I thought that actually starts today. I
Does
thought I
it?
read somewhere.
What?
Yeah, I thought I
What
read
is
it
it?
started today on Hulu, which is not
Oh.
available in Canada. So yeah, go ahead and take your Canadian shots all you
I
want.
just said, yeah.
They
Did you
don't
hear
have
me
to
say
take a
that?
shot because you just
Yeah.
took it for us.
Yeah.
One on the
Right.
board,
Yeah.
Brian.
Yeah.
I'm already
One for
drunk
us.
from watching you. Thanks.
That was
a
that
lot.
was a
did.
B Rabbit move there.
Is it out?
Oh,
Yeah, it's
there it
out today.
is.
Yeah.
Let's
Nice.
see how quick this stream gets taken down.
Wait. Is it a whole season or is it like one episode or?
Whole season? No, wait. Yeah, looks like I got one.
Season 1, episode 1,
I got 1, 2. It looks like I can watch up.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So yeah, I think it's the full season.
Wow.
Well, we got a lot
That's
of watching
disappointing.
stuff to do.
Yeah. No.
Wait. Yeah, today's the 21st, right?
Yeah, I just
MODOK
started
to watch.
Okay, yeah.
Zack
It's all
Snyder.
there.
Yep.
A lot of stuff.
And then Bad Batch and Mighty Ducks
Pass.
Yep.
I'm
and
skipping
High
Bad
School
Batch.
Musical.
Oh, I'm there.
I was thinking last night, like, man, it's kind of, I'm very much in line with this idea, like everything should come out once a week. Because, I mean, how hype was everybody, a week or two ago over Jupiter's Legacy? I haven't heard anybody talk about it in like 3 days straight.
It wasn't that good. But I think one thing to say about it that it wasn't that good. Number one didn't move. It's like $20. I don't even know if it's still $20.
Oh, the comic?
Yeah. I've
Oh.
never seen that happen where a show came out and it just didn't go up. It was already $20 before it came out and it's still $20.
Yeah.
What book is it?
Jupiter's Legacy, number one.
I didn't hear a lot of people talking about that, honestly.
No hype.
It just
did,
showed
yeah.
up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we didn't talk. We talked about how they didn't advertise it or push the show. It just hit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder how much of it is Netflix just like not promoting anything, or if it's actually that people didn't care that much for it. Because
But
I've only
I
seen
feel
four.
like
No, I've
if it
seen
was
5
good,
episodes.
it would
But
have like a little like cult following already that would already be like buying this up.
yeah,
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
it's out. It's out. It's revealed. Like when Invincible came out, like I knew the second it came out, it was gonna boom because I knew how good the story was because I read it. So I was like, I have to buy all these first appearances that I want before it comes out, and they all boomed.
yeah. I mean, and I don't want to like downplay like how good or bad the show itself is, but there's just something about the hype of a weekly release that keeps the show motivated
could
in the
be too.
zeitgeist. You know, like Invincible was great, so you can't really compare the two. But I mean, just think about like how much we were talking about just a single episode for 7 straight days. You know, like Jupiter's Legacy, people talked about that season for like 7 straight days, and then nobody mentioned it again. So. You know, like there's obviously an effect of having a weekly episode drop versus just dropping the season.
I agree. We talked about that 2 weeks ago and said let's shoot for today to talk full spoilers on Jupiter's Legacy. And honestly, it's like there's people still watching it, but it's in all reality, it's kind of the conversation kind of came and went last week, in my opinion.
Yeah, last week was the
so the one week is the benchmark.
1 week.
I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which again plays into that 1 episode a week gives them a whole week of conversation versus a whole season giving people a week of conversation. Now, I wonder how long Netflix can deny that.
The whole anticipation thing, that's a big thing.
Yep.
I think that helps drive, not only like drive people to your platform to be on it more, but it keeps people more excited as well, like because they're actually talking about it and keeping it trending for longer. So why would you want something to only trend for a week versus like it doesn't matter if you have enough content, you could drop something new this week and that week. You're playing to different markets, you know. So why wouldn't you want the market you're playing to with Jupiter's Legacy or whatever show to stay on your thing as long as possible?
Yep.
And let's
weekly
be honest.
episodic episode thing to me is what draws me in.
Let's be honest. Netflix learned this last year when they were releasing that Michael Jordan and Chicago Bulls documentary. Not to make this about sports, but last year, I know. Yeah, Mark's gone. So, last year, outside of the United States, the only way that anyone could watch that Michael Jordan and Chicago Bulls documentary, which was a phenomenon, was on Netflix. So it got released weekly, and that was the biggest thing going.
Yeah,
and it was huge.
And you think that Netflix, they let's be honest, they spent some money on Jupiter's Legacy. You think that they would have done this the same way, like, okay, let's just follow the Friday formula for pop culture kind of events like this, and let's do it this way, and try and build some steam and see if it's worth renewing for season 2. Now, none of us will know for the next 3 or 4 months. Did it do well? Like, will we get a season 2 out of this? I may know because it was filmed in Canada, and I'll let you guys know if they start filming again.
He's gonna start sending us set photos.
Yeah,
that's interesting though, because
I had no idea it was being filmed there.
I remember the Jordan documentary coming out. Like, I didn't watch any of it. I think my wife got into it, but I didn't even realize it was Netflix because there was weekly conversation about it. I never would have guessed in a million years that came out on Netflix, because they would have done a movie or just dropped the whole thing, and to my knowledge. So I remember the weekly conversation around that. It was on podcasts and everything. I never would have guessed that came from Netflix, though.
It actually was released on ESPN.
Yeah.
So Netflix teamed up with ESPN, but it came out on Netflix later. So it was a weekly on ESPN.
Okay, that makes more sense then. Yeah, I was surprised to hear Netflix had anything to do with it.
Yeah.
You would think Netflix would learn after like WandaVision and Falcon and Winter Soldier and all those other weekly shows that were coming out that people were talking about forever. But they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that kind of points to what SCG is saying here. Like they're, Disney and Marvel's a master of the hype train. Hopefully, Netflix and Warner Brothers will figure it out. Now's the time to get the books before they figure it out. I don't think it's a question of them figuring it out. I think they've decided they're just going to try to figure out a different way and not compete directly with I mean, I hate to say it, but the bigger company. Like, I'm not a fan of Disney and Marvel's monopoly, but at the end of the day, like, they alone hold more eyeballs than Netflix and Warner Brothers is pulling at the moment.
That's what TV used to be, though, right? Different channels would compete against each other and have different, or shows on different time slots to try to steal the viewers. And I
Every
think
Sunday
Netflix,
night was a huge competition between all the networks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have some competition. Don't just release, don't show us all what you have at one time. Break it up for us a little bit. Because you got people like me that'll just sit and binge watch a whole show. Then you're left like, okay, now what do I watch?
Can you imagine if Invincible would have released all at once? It probably wouldn't have been as big as it was because it just would have been like, I watched it and maybe you watch it, maybe, but it's a lot to watch. We probably would have never talked about it or hyped it up.
Yeah, the mystery factor and stuff like that, not knowing what's coming has you talking about it and thinking about it until they give you an answer. Like the whole, the way that episode 1 ended with his dad killing the Justice League, you're like, I need to know what happened. And they don't drag it out, but it's one episode a week. So it feels dragged out,
Yeah.
Like you're coming back every week. And that was the most appealing part of the show for me. Like I need more Omni-Man content.
Yep.
It kept me right on the hook.
Yep.
I did enjoy the comic relief that those two twins were. The
Mullins.
Yeah,
they were awesome.
I thought they were fantastic. But I already miss Invincible, I'll be honest. But yeah, Mark touched on it earlier. Like, whenever we get a trailer drop for, even if it's in an MCU show or something like that, there are YouTube channels that dissect all these trailers, looking for Easter eggs, all that kind of thing. Jupiter's Legacy just kind of popped up, and then here it is. And I really feel like they did it backwards, man. Like, that this is not 1995. It's not 2005. We don't do things the way that we did it 10, 15 years ago. YouTube has changed the game that way, especially with the lockdown still being in effect in certain areas. I have time. Yeah, I have time to go through people's stuff to find out what they see that I may have missed out on. And the only thing I knew about Jupiter's Legacy is that it was coming out like this Friday or whatever it was, that week. And I enjoyed the show personally. I know Mark enjoyed the show, and I know Ryan's working on it.
Even when we started talking about it that day, we surprised a lot of people in the chat. Like, oh, that's out today. I know a lot of people and people were even asking what it was. Obviously, I didn't know what it was at the time because I just started watching it.
Either.
Yeah, but it was just like, oh, it's out. Okay.
Well, it was,
not only it's out, but the
Thursday
whole
night
thing
chat
is
that
out.
really brought it to light.
Yeah.
Like, it was literally, we were
me.
there doing the Thursday night chat, and people were like, hey, isn't Jupiter's Legacy coming out tonight? And everybody was like, wait, what's going on?
I was like, Jupiter's Legacy's out. And then you guys started talking about it.
Yeah.
And it was like at the last second, too.
Yeah.
And then, oh, yeah, the whole thing's out. It's done. That was it.
Yeah. Yeah, like, it's crazy that as much as we're into comic books and keeping up with all of that stuff, that it came up in a live stream the night before it dropped. Like, that's crazy.
A couple hours. It was like 3 hours before it dropped or something.
They've been working on it for like 2 years, and we find out 3 hours before.
Right. Like, I know that there's a Jupiter's Legacy spin-off title coming out for New Comic Book Day, and I've known that longer than I knew, or I've known that longer than for the fact that the TV show before the TV show was being released.
That's crazy. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. That's a fail on Netflix's part.
Yeah. Is what it is.
Right. What do you guys think about the new animated Batman series that HBO Max is doing, and the what is it? The that fighting game that DC had that they're making Injustice League, yeah.
Now, what do I think about the animated Superman movie show they're doing? Why did you just anime Superman?
I mean, my thing was, whenever I read the synopsis of that, I was just like, wait, what? This sounds like Smallville, because it's like Superman's in Metropolis and now he's learning to be Superman. Like, what? Wait, what? Like, is there going to be a no suit clause in the contract? Are we going to get Superman, or are we just always going to get glimpses of Superman and he's never actually going to become, because people don't like superheroes?
Yeah, it feels like with that, just that little description, and because it's been done so much, it feels like we're going to get like a headstrong Lois bumbling into areas where Supes has to come in and save her, but having an even more bumbling Clark Kent that's unnecessary. You don't like bumbling Clark Kent is kind of past, like that's not necessary anymore. But even from the image they shared, it's literally him fumbling papers, like
Yeah.
with like eyes bigger than his head should be.
I haven't even seen it. That's so funny.
No one cares
I mean,
about
it's just
Clark
a still
Kent.
image, but you can tell exactly what they're doing, Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's one of those things like you look at animation a lot of times, like in still images, and you're like, I don't know, like this one, it was like super anime influenced and stuff, like, and not cool anime. It's like the it's like the Tenchi Muyo cutesy life slice of life kind of anime stuff. I'm like, I'm not interested in that. But sometimes, like, once the animation is in motion, it can be surprisingly good. So I tried not to like just totally put a show off based on still images of what the animation might be. But as soon as I read that synopsis, I was like, I'm out. Like, I might watch an episode to see if it surprises me, but that synopsis was so bad. It was like everything you hated about the early 2000s superhero era. Like, people like superheroes, but they don't like seeing them. So we're just going to have shows with all the characters minus their superhero part. What is going on right now? Ugh.
And Tom King.
I blame Canada. It's Canada's fault.
Yeah. Hey man, Canada gave you the boys, so
Oh god.
so let me put you in check.
Canada did give us Todd McFarlane, but
Yeah.
now he resides in Oregon. So
Well, Chip Zdarsky is still here in Toronto.
that is true.
Until he makes enough money to get across the border.
Well, we need that border to open.
Until Donny Cates kills him in crossover.
Right? Well, apparently he's going to kill himself in crossover.
Yeah,
so.
he'll have to kill himself. He's in the next issue, so he's writing it.
Yeah.
He's like, can I have an issue to write myself out of this series?
Even I'm getting tired of it. It's going nowhere. Kill myself off, please. It is getting better though, somewhat.
It isn't the Enter the House of Slaughter. Is that what it's called? I don't know. It wasn't that supposed to be in between 15 and 16.
I thought so. I thought it was supposed to be, yeah. And 16 will be out in a couple weeks, won't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think
see,
next
that's something
week.
I brought up in my new comic book day video. Yeah, it's out on the 26th.
Yeah, because they
a
moved
year-
Free Comic Book Day.
Yeah, like a year or two ago, remember they did Road to Ranger Slayer? And it was a free comic book day issue. And it reprinted a bunch of material from the Power Rangers books, but it was all relevant to the Ranger Slayer one shot. So it was really like a clip show catch up kind of thing. But it was really cool. It was a great read. Like, we loved it, even though it was reprinted material we had all read, And so I kind of assumed that that's what this one was supposed to be, is they were going to take all the little stuff from the first 15 issues that talks about her origin and kind of collects it into a streamlined story, maybe add a page or two of original content to kind of bookend each side of it or something, And you get that free comic book day issue the first Saturday of May, and then on the 26th, toward the end of the month, 16 drops, and we jump into her origin. But because they pushed new comic book or free comic book day back to August this year, I wonder what effect that's going to have on that issue being like, is it just going to be something that fans of the series collect now, or are new people actually going to discover the series and jump in from there? Because I see that unlikely, since we'll be so far beyond 16 by then,
Yeah. It should have already been out realistically.
Mm-hmm.
To fit into the story and where it's going and all that. But I'm excited. I think it was genius for Boom Studios to put it on the back, to put it off for, a few months to build the hype for issue 16.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Yeah,
exactly
and
what
get
they
a-
did.
And get 1,000 retailer incentives or exclusives. There
Yeah.
are so many. It's like the most I've ever seen for a book, not counting Last Ronin.
I don't
Yeah.
know, man. Batman 1027 or
Yeah.
Detective Comics 1027 went nuts.
That
But
one,
yeah.
that one's 1,000 Batman issues. If anything deserves it, I think that did. But yeah, that one had a lot.
Yeah,
I've got
next
at
week
least
is going to be
14
like
of
pure.
them.
Yeah, next
Just
week is
for
going to
the
be pure
cover.
insanity because you have The Last Ronin 3, Department
Mhm.
of Truth 9, and Something is Killing the Children 16. All three of those books have the most variant covers I've ever seen in my life, and they're all coming out on the same week.
And haha.
Yeah, Super
And
Jesse,
that
if you're
has a
watching
ton,
this, it's going to
too.
be expensive next week.
Yeah, Bueller had over 300 covers on his
Oh, good
thing.
Yes. That's a lot of coffee.
Yeah.
His content's so good. I don't care. I
We
love his
need more.
content. He's
We
really
need more
good.
than coffee today.
Appreciate you stopping in, Anachronic. You have a good one.
Have a good day, Joe.
But yeah, I'm hyped for Something is Killing the Children as well. Jason said it right. At first, I was really hesitant about the idea of what Boom Studios said. Just kind of put it on pause for a few months there, or whatever. I was afraid that it would kind of go away from the consciousness of all the readers that are enjoying it. And boy, was I wrong! It just turned out to be just a fantastic move. And now there's hype around it. Like, it never really went away. There was always news concerning it, whether it was the Free Comic Book Day book or the fact that it's been optioned or whatever. It never went away. The news that it just kept selling and selling on the secondary market for more and more and more money. Like, issue number 1 has just gone through the roof, and then 2 through 6 being short printed for the first prints, those are still doing well too. It just hasn't gone away.
I don't see it going away either. It's going to be the new Walking Dead, really. That book, that indie that people overlooked at the beginning, and then when it was too late to get on board and buy that book, really, then it's because now it's like over $1,000 for the cover A.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A few of the J. Lee variant, the Frisson variant, those are about to cross over the $1,000 mark too, in a 9.8.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
But good.
I have both
Good.
of them.
We're all like, yes, keep going, baby. But I just hope that when it does start getting filmed, that it delivers the same way that The Walking Dead did deliver on AMC, because that was a phenomenon too. Like, that just kind of came out of nowhere. After week 2, everyone was just talking about this zombie show. So I'm hoping the same thing happens to this. It's cool to be a part of something that you got in on the ground floor for.
Do you have those, Chris?
What's that?
Those early issues?
Yeah.
The
only ones. Yeah, the only ones I'm missing 2 and 3, but I don't have the J. Lee variant, but I do have a couple of the Frisson variants and number 1, and everything from thereafter. Pick and choose the battles because they are expensive now. But,
is this Something is Killing the Children?
Something is Killing the Children.
Okay. I missed what book y'all were saying.
But yeah, I like, as soon as I started doing YouTube and I was man enough to show my face and start talking about New Comic Book Day. I was, for the one book that I was talking about the entire time was Something is Killing the Children. You need to be reading this. You need to be picking it up. It could go somewhere, and
you wouldn't shut up about it.
Yeah, and so you're welcome.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
In all sincerity, with other people, like a couple other people that I watch regularly talking about it, as well as you talking about it.
Yeah.
And then finally, one night after a stream, me and Ryan were just still on there, and he was talking about, like, dude, I want to go pick up the trade tomorrow, and then I've been picking it up since. Got the trade for the first volume, and pretty much.
That's when I read it for the first time too. Chris was talking about how great it was, and then everybody else was talking about. I'm not one of those people that jump on something because everyone else is saying how great it is. I'm like the complete opposite. If everyone's saying it's great, I'm like, I don't want to read that crappy book. And then I bought the trade paperback, and I was like, well, shit, this book is amazing. So
Yeah, I started at number 1. I remember when that dropped, and I was in the shop, and I was like, looking, and I was like, I don't want to add too much to my list. And that and Once and Future had just dropped like at the same time. And I was like, which one? I think there's something a little more sinister in this Something is Killing the Children book. So I'm going to grab that. And like that book took off. And for the first 6 issues, I only have like 1 copy of each of those. And then it was like 6 or 7, maybe 8. That's when I started picking up like the A cover. And then I would pick up the Virgin variant. So I have like a ton of Virgin variants of Something is Killing the Children with great covers. But that was totally a coincidence because I could have went for Once and Future, which, as I understand it, is still a great series, but it definitely hasn't maintained the same level of interest from the general community as Something is Killing the Children. That book just gets bigger with every issue.
What's crazy is our buddy Justin from Justin Comics has the same story where he was in the shop when they released and he was looking at both of them. He's like, I think I'll go with Once and Future. And now he's like kicking himself on it.
Which is crazy because I think at the time what I said to myself was Something is Killing the Children seems more sinister, but it's kind of like more of a risk thing for me because I don't know any of these people. I knew Dan Mora. And so whenever I was looking at Once and Future, I was like, I know that'll be good. So like, I'll probably get on that later or something, you know, but Something is Killing the Children. I didn't know either of the creators on that at the time. So it was kind of a risk thing. Like I want to try something completely different and new for me, you know, and that happened to pay off. It rarely does.
Right. And now,
luckily I had just read Detective Comics, Tinian's run, and I was like, oh, Tinian. I know that guy. I'm going to pick that up. And that's a crazy title. That sounds like a really cool title that's going to scare me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one for me is Bitter Root. I'm really excited for what they're doing with that. I hope, I believe Regina King and Ryan Coogler and the creative team on Bitter Root are going to make something great out of that because I started that at #1 and it just blew me away.
The next one for me is Noctera. That book's freaking great. I love that book, though.
We're hearing a lot of good stuff about that picking up.
Yeah,
like everyone said that issue 3 was a total banger.
It was amazing. The first 3 issues are just like, if Something is Killing the Children could be as popular as it is, I think Noctera could be just as popular, if not more popular.
Yeah. I just hope that I know that Noctera is a limited series with a 12-issue run. Yeah. I just hope that they're already planning on I'm hoping Snyder's figuring out what he wants to do to continue it on. It's good. It's nice, you know, like it's nice that they're breaking away from this mold of just normal superhero, you know, young white man being the lead character. You know, it's refreshing, you know.
When Tinian brought Something is Killing the Children into Boom, it was originally going to be a one-shot.
Yeah.
And they convinced him to extend it out and make it like an ongoing, but he only initially had like a one-shot, and then he only had like, what was it, the first 5 issues, and then he went on from there. That's crazy to me.
The pacing of the book, that's crazy because it's a very, very slow-paced book.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you took the first 5 or 6 issues of the book, you might make a 30-minute TV show episode.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, you see the same thing in Win, though. That was supposed to be a graphic novel, and they had him turn that. They chopped it up and released it as single issues. And, you know, so that seems to be, I don't know, like I like the idea of more graphic novels and one-shots, but, you know, clearly Tynan is hitting on something different here, but I wonder for how many people that would work, you know. Like, I think there's just something different about what Tynan's doing that a lot of people, if they came up with a one-shot idea and a publisher was trying to push it into a series, I don't know that it would work as well always, you know.
Yeah, a lot of people don't pick up graphic novels just because of the format of it. Like, that's a commitment, you know, to a lot of reading. And if you're picking up other stuff besides collected volumes, you know, individual issues, you already are looking for more time in your day to get through everything, and then to pick up a trade paperback, that's adding a lot of time to your week.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we'll see a shift in that market though as the age changes, because that's what a lot of these kids are growing up on. Like manga, they're giving them like nice digestible chunks at a time, and they spend a week reading it, you know.
Mhm.
Like my son, he'll go through the book like in a day, but then I'll see him like reading different little chapters and stuff throughout the rest of the week whenever he gets them, you know. And so I kind of suspect once those kids get older, that's what comic books is going to have to kind of cater to, because that's what they're used to. They're used to paying $8 to $10 a book, but getting like a sizable chunk of content out of it as well, you know.
Yeah.
Or buying them on
We'll
their
see how that
Kindle,
affects it. Yeah, right.
reading everything digital. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Digital is pretty popular now with kids. Like everything on their phone, even watching videos.
Mhm.
Like my kids, they have big ass TVs in their rooms. I'll go in there and they'll be on their phone watching videos, and I'll be like, "Why aren't you watching it on the TV?"
Yeah.
While they're at school, you should go
Yes.
pawn their TV, or at least take it out of the room. And when they come home and ask what gives, just tell them you pawned it to pay for their next phone.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, my son, he finally got like a pretty decent sized phone, and it's the same thing. Like the only thing that goes on the TV is stuff that we watch as a family, you know. Everybody's pretty much watching stuff on their phones anymore.
It's because their phones do so damn much.
Mm-hmm.
Read comics, talk to people, watch videos. I mean,
Games.
Yeah.
games.
Games,
Yeah.
yeah. That's the other thing. Like when I was growing up, we had like Game Boys and stuff, but you know, even when phones came out and people were playing on those, it was like, oh yeah, you're just a filthy casual, you know. And now like the hardest of hardcore gamers play on phones now. It's like, what has happened?
I tell you what, I was so used to watching televisions that when everything started going more simply to watching on phones, it was a challenge. It was definitely a challenge to get used to looking at a phone to watch a full-length movie or wanting to. It felt like I was missing a lot or cheapening my viewing experience. Now, like I won't watch a movie for the first time on my phone still, but I watch plenty of stuff like that I've seen on my phone, and I watch videos constantly. But I still enjoy that large format experience, big time.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing will beat surround sound, and nothing to me will beat the experience of going to see a movie in the theater. Even if there's nothing you could have at home that will ever match that experience.
Not at all.
I agree
No.
with that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, not with our incomes, at least.
Mm.
I mean, if I was a Hollywood executive in Hollywood, you know, my mansion, hell yeah, I would have a 2-story screen in there, of course.
Right? Like on Zombieland, Bill Murray's
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
But like
Penn from Penn and
even if I
Teller has
painted a
that
whole
too.
wall in my house for a projector, it wouldn't be the same, you know.
Right.
Do you have any regrets? Maybe Garfield.
Oh, that movie was great.
Great
He
line.
killed it. Yeah. That whole scene with Bill Murray in that movie was the best.
Made the movie. I mean, the movie was
Yeah.
already
Yeah, I
fantastic.
love that
That
movie.
made the movie.
The second one was nowhere near as good, but it was all right.
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
I thought it
still
was
fun.
funny.
It was funny,
Yeah.
absolutely.
The first one's so good though. It
Yes.
can't live up to that one.
I really thought that Woody Harrelson was gonna die because it was such an awesome hoorah moment when he got into the little carnival stand and he was just guns blazing every
Yeah.
direction. Yeah, he laid him out in front of himself.
And then
Just,
and then keep
Yeah.
going.
it was so good.
Such a great set piece. Man.
It is.
Good old Zombieland. There's a
The
whole
old
zombie. Yeah, the zombie thing was like, the whole genre of zombies. People didn't think that was going to stick around as long as it did. And then now it's like, it leaked from TV shows, the comics, the movies, now like
Yeah.
zombies is like part of our everyday life.
Oh yeah, I remember when The Walking Dead came out on TV. I was like, man, they're kind of late to the party. No way this will last.
Yep, I did the same thing.
Like that show came out just as zombie hype was like starting to fade, and I was like, oh yeah, they missed that train. Wow, this will never go anywhere.
Like Resident Evil
there's like
came
3
out
of them.
before
Yeah.
any of that, and to
Yeah.
me, Walking Dead was a copy or a knockoff of Resident Evil, and I thought to myself, just like you, there's no way this is going to stick because people are going to see this is a blatant knockoff of Resident Evil, and it's played out. Now look at it.
Or 28
Yeah.
days later. Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
yeah. hmm
Dude, Danny Boyle crushed it with 28 Days Later.
Oh my
I
god, that
thought-
movie's so
I
good.
think 20,
Holy
I think
crap.
28 days later is like arguably one of the best zombie movies, if you want to call it a zombie movie, ever made. But yeah,
Rage.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're exactly right. And you had fantastic actors in that too. But yeah, Danny Boyle, boom.
Oh, and the way it's filmed,
yeah.
man, like
Yeah.
it puts you right in the
Yeah.
heart of everything.
Right. Soundtrack is good. It just delivers on all cylinders.
Yeah.
That was another one where the sequel wasn't bad. It's just the first one was so good.
Yeah. With Zombieland 2, I kind of felt like they just waited that like 5 years too long. Like it
Yeah, I think
just
that
seemed to
hurt
be
it a
way
lot
too
too.
much of a gap between the first and the second.
Yeah,
But,
I think if it had been like 2 to 3 years later, I think it would have got a lot more attention. But most people had kind of, fallen away from the Zombieland hype by the time that they finally got around to doing a sequel.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts in the second one though is when not Owen Wilson, I forget his brother's name, but when him and his partner show up and they're like, "Oh yeah, we can do whatever we want. Like just watch us go outside and shoot up this whole gang of zombies." And they go out there and they're getting bit everywhere and they come back in and they start to change. It's like they're just delivering comedically beautifully. That's just great stuff, like. But that, for that type of comedic zombie movie, I thought it was it was good. It was good for what it was. I felt it was just 2 years too late.
The hippie chick was my favorite part. The one
Yeah.
where they thought she was dead at first, turning into a zombie, and she was just sick, food poisoning or whatever it was.
Right.
Ooh, let's go down here to Ace. Yes, I effing love Yoga Hosers. That movie is so good. People sleep on it. Oh yeah, I guess there is a Canadian tie there.
Yeah, a little bit.
One for Chris.
What is it?
No,
know.
there's not
Yoga
one for
Hosers?
Chris.
It's a Kevin Smith movie. It's got his daughter and Johnny Depp's daughter. It's loosely connected to the Tusk movie, but like very loosely, fortunately. But I love it. I mean, it opens with this great scene of them like rehearsing in the back room of a store and stuff, and then they have the Kevin Smith banter and everything as they're walking through, and then you realize like they shut down the whole grocery store so that they can have band practice. They're like opening the door, and as everybody walks through, they're all like Canadian about it. They're like, "Sorry about that. Sorry about it. Sorry about that." Like the whole movie is just like really great in a Kevin Smith kind of way. It's not like an Oscar movie or something, It's like one of those movies that's like good enough or bad enough to be good, And I love it. I thought Tusk was almost unwatchable toward the end there. I really hated that movie, but Yoga Hosers, it's a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed it. Plus, the one thing I did like in Tusk was Johnny Depp's like crazy inspector character.
Yeah,
and he shows up in Yoga Hosers being like just as awesome,
Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting.
But yeah. Kevin Smith actually spends a lot of time in Canada. I know the border's closed right now, and it's killing me. But he spends a lot of time up here, and he does a lot of charity work in Ontario. He was doing a lot of stuff with the Gretzky family before Wayne's dad passed away a few months ago. So yeah, Kevin, like for whatever reason, Kevin Smith has just fallen in love with the whole idea, or the the weird culture that is like inner Canada, like Winnipeg, Manitoba, and that's where Tusk is supposed to take place and all that. So yeah, like good for him. I thought Tusk was like his.
It was just too much.
A failed
it was too
attempt
indulgent to me.
Bad.
A failed attempt at some sort of semi-horror, if you want to call it that. But yeah, Yoga Hosers
was horrific. It was just horrific.
Over the top. It was way over the top.
Man, I don't know what he was going for.
But yeah, and the fact that he got Johnny Depp to do it all for free in Tusk, like good for him, because like, I don't know if that movie made
Johnny
any
Depp
money.
could use the money apparently. So
yeah.
Oh, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
doing all right?
Yeah. I read
Nice.
Murder Falcon.
I was gonna ask you, wwhat'd you think?
It was amazing.
I mean, I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I know. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
amazing. So emotional, and everything that you said.
yeah, dude, that 2-page spread with the microphone and her screaming like every time gives me goosebumps.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
goosebumps throughout the whole thing. It was
Oh, yeah.
fantastic. Yeah, I loved it. I told Lee he's got to read it, so he's gonna
Very
read it. Yeah, and he's a musician, so I think he'll love it even more.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
Anyway, boys, I got to bounce. I got to get ready for work. Not that I'm running away because you showed up, my man, but
no,
at
you're
first I-
fine. You're fine.
I was
It's all
like, at
good.
first, is that Mark showing up in costume? Like, what's going on? Oh yeah, I know that guy. But yeah,
That's
playing
awesome,
Johnny
yeah.
Depp and
I know you guys started talking about Johnny Depp, and then he showed up.
yeah,
Awesome.
the timing
There
is
you go.
incredible.
This is me in drag.
Yeah.
Savage. All right, guys, it was good
That's
seeing you again.
awesome.
I'll see you guys soon. Take
Yeah.
care, guys.
Yeah, take it easy, man. Oh,
I'm pretty
good
sure that
times,
was our
yeah.
only Canadian promiscuous time traveler. What I will say is that I love Letterkenny because it is the best show about Texas that's on TV right now.
Yeah, Letterkenny is awesome. I've tried to get Mark to get into that, but I don't even know
He
if
doesn't
has
watch Letterkenny?
Oh,
What is
Batman.
wrong with
I
him?
don't think so. I'm not even sure if he has Hulu, to be honest with you.
What?
I've tried to get a couple people that work on it as well, and they're just like, it's not for me. I'm like, I can understand that because it's got a bit of a learning curve with the terminology, I guess you'd say,
Yeah.
in the show.
What is
but
it?
Letterkenny?
Letterkenny?
Is it a western? Did we guys say a western of some sort, or
No, it's a Canadian show that takes place in Canada, but it's like rural Canada, and like the thing about it is it's literally exactly like everything that I grew up with in rural Texas. The only difference is it was all about football instead of hockey, and the accent was different. But it's
Gotcha.
the whole show is predicated on like this really quick-witted banter. It's back and forth real fast. They have like Canadian accents, and they have a lot of like slang terms and stuff. So it can take a minute to catch on, but it's really not that hard if you've ever lived in an area that has those types of people, you know. And again, it's absolutely everything I grew up with in rural Texas. It's just set in Canada, and they talk about hockey instead of football.
nice?
But they do
Yeah,
say
I,
size 10-4 a lot.
I always tell people to check out. They have like the cold open to the first episode on YouTube. It's like
Which
2
is
minutes.
so good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious. I mean, it's just like back and forth, like just for 2 minutes straight. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's
If you like that 2 minutes, you'll love the show. If you don't understand what's going on, you might like the show. But yeah, it's a great cold open for the very first episode.
Nice.
sure.
So it's about Texans in Canada.
No, it's about Canadians in Canada.
It's about Texans playing hockey in Canada.
Oh,
Now that
got it.
sounds like a
Okay.
great show.
I can follow that.
Based
That's
on how we
easy.
handled that inch of snow a few months ago, I'm sure we'll do very well on ice.
Ooh.
You couldn't get rid of it though. No plows, right?
No, we just had
Yeah.
to wait for it all to go away.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Not to mention our grid is so like messed up and stuff. We lost power and water and everything else.
Scary stuff.
You don't need water.
Nope. I guess you don't technically need power, but I tell you, for the 36 hours I didn't have it, one, I really wish I did. And two, like I spent 36 hours walking into every room, flipping a switch on, going, damn it. And then like about the point that I finally got used to just like not even bothering with switches anymore, the power came on. And then I found myself for another 36 hours walking into every room with my phone flashlight and stuff. Like, this is the worst.
36 hours without power. Boy, I bet you're lucky you had your phone then, huh? Then you had to get in your car and charge your phone?
No, not even.
No?
Well, I mean, I guess I could have charged my phone, but the thing is, like, literally the power was gone for like the whole area. So even the cell phone towers had no power. So we had no cell service. We had no like internet service,
Jesus.
no data. We were literally sitting here with candles, like looking for books and trying to read them because we
That'd
were
have been a
Stone
good
Age.
time to catch up on reading.
Right?
You would think,
Silent
except-
reading time.
The other problem was, though, it was like 18 degrees and we had like no electricity. So you have no power or anything. And so it was a lot of your time was occupied with trying to stay warm as well, and it made it very hard to read, not knowing when you would get power or heat back.
Yeah, we've had a couple of ice storms here, and they didn't have any power for 4 or 5 days, and we started I found popcorn kernels and it was just sticking them in the fire, waiting for them to pop for entertainment. It was terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, the one advantage that we had is we have our stove and our dryer is gas powered, so we were able to boil water and stuff for the most part. But even once the main pipes froze, nobody in our houses, we couldn't get water because it wouldn't even come up the street. So we had some boiled water set aside, but once the water quit, it was like, okay, now we really need something.
Yeah. A friend of mine is a flight attendant, and she was stuck in Charleston where I was, because she's based in Texas and she couldn't get back in. So she was, just hanging out for an extra 3 or 4 days.
Did you just take everything out of the fridge and put it outside? I'm not even kidding.
I mean, no, it's a valid question.
No, we just left the fridge closed. I mean,
oh, okay. Because I know after so long,
at some point, the inside of the house is as cold as the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of my kids. Because the other thing that sucked was we had heard people were losing power, but it was all way up in North Texas, which is hours from here. Texas is huge, so we weren't too worried about it at the time. So it come down snowing, and we took the kids out to play in the snow. It was a nice fresh 1 or 2 centimeters of snow across the ground and stuff, and they had a blast. And then we walked back in the house, and all the power went out. And so it was okay, that means there's no warm showers there. We changed clothes and stuff, but my 2 youngest, they ended up getting sick because they could never get warm after we came back in the house. So that was the downside.
Mars said that his boy was a Boy Scout and came up with creative ways to boil water. Can you tell us at least 1 or 2 of those ways? Because I want to know now.
Oh yeah,
because that's interesting.
Yeah, I was a Boy Scout. I went through survival training, and as long as you have a fire, it's actually pretty easy to come up with water. I did 4 days. They dropped us off with the clothes we had and a pocket knife, and then they come back and pick us up 4 days later. And so the water source that we found where we were out there, it was like a pond, and we were literally picking up the trash that was sitting on the shore and stuff. And we would use that to scoop water, and then we would have to boil it and throw it out. So now your container's clean, and then you could put more dirty water in there and boil that water and get clean water out of it, But I mean, we were boiling water in paper bags and stuff. As long as the water level, as high as the water level is, the bag will not burn because the water, suffocates the oxygen, therefore it won't catch on fire. And it was different. It was crazy. We were we would take thorns and make little hooks out of them, and we would go catch perch and stuff, and then roast them over the fire, then pick your teeth with the bones. It was intense.
Sounds like a good Whack Comics episode.
I was going to just say that sounds like a hell of a whack.
Just a comic book. You got to survive with just this comic.
Right.
Go out into the wilderness, you and Lee, for 4 days with just a comic book.
We can do it.
Just not the Australian wilderness. That's a whole different beast.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we'd have to do it naked and afraid style too.
Right?
That's the only way I do things like that is naked.
Oh, that's funny.
I started watching that show probably about a month ago. I think it's hilarious. Naked and Afraid.
It's funny. It's a good show.
Yeah.
I love all the naked.
You read the last issue of Scouts Honor, Ryan?
Yes, I did.
What'd you think of it?
I enjoyed it. I thought it's not like it was the most strong ending in the world, but
right, kind of wrapped it up with a bow.
Yeah, I liked how conclusive it was, though. I tend to really like a series, but I want to move on. Let me get something new and something different, and so I thought it did a good job of just making it conclusive enough that I don't feel like we ever need to go back to that world. And overall it was good, but I thought the 4th issue was really strong and a great way to set up the finale to be so clean. So
For sure.
For me,
yeah.
it was a really good series. The ending was probably the weakest part, but it wasn't bad. It was just, it's hard to end something, especially if the ride is so good, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was kind of hoping he was going to do a third volume for the Spencer and Locke series that he did. I don't know if you read that.
Yeah, he is.
Oh yeah, awesome. I'm a big
Yeah,
fan
I
of
talked
that
to him
stuff.
back in January when the first issue dropped.
Okay.
And yeah, Spencer and Locke is something that he has plans to just keep doing them, but he doesn't really want to, like, he's always kind of weary of getting pigeonholed into like certain things, you know? And so
Right,
like as
yeah.
much as he loves Spencer and Locke and he wants to like keep putting volumes of that out for as long as he can, he also doesn't want to just like be the Spencer and Locke guy that's the only thing that he's coming out with, you know? So he tries to
Sure,
put one or
yeah.
two series in between each volume.
Yeah.
He also
yeah,
spends a
was,
lot of time like on his craft and like making sure that it's going to be worth people picking up instead of just putting out whatever he can come up with, you know?
Yeah, when I met him a couple years ago, he was already pitching a couple other stories and stuff. So
Yeah, yeah. He said Spencer and Locke 3 is something that he's been working on, and it's nearing completion. It's probably another year or two out, but
Awesome.
you know, and then he has ideas for a fourth volume as well. It's just, yeah, like I said, he just doesn't want to be only putting out Spencer and Locke because he likes to do so many different things.
For sure, yeah, and I love that. That's just kind of like a like Easter egg centric series as well, and you got so many different areas to pull from, like the cricket bat that he pulled out in like issue 1 or 2, and it said "What a Crumpet Is" on it. I was like, that is awesome. So
yeah, it's a great series.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's also not one of those guys that, you know, like a Snyder or a Tynan that has like 3 and 4 different series going all at once. Like he likes to do one thing and just like really put all of his energy and focus on it. So that's the other thing that keeps him from putting out a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I actually just read the first issue of Something Is Killing the Children yesterday. I'm back. Obviously, I'm in Augusta, but I was at the book exchange, and he had put aside one of the 8th printings for me, and I decided to read it, and I was like, man, I really wish I would have jumped on this whenever it was first coming out.
8 printings ago.
Yeah, at any particular point in time, though, like whenever there's like some new series, I'm just kind of like, I don't need to add anything else to my list right now. And of course, it ends up being something like that. So now I'm a little bit more liberal with like, I'll check that out for a few issues, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's what I love about miniseries and stuff like Scout's Honor. It was great. I really enjoyed it. I'm glad it's over though, because now that can fall off my list and I can add a new series there, you know, pick up another number 1 and get into something.
Yeah, I've been a bigger fan too of how DC has been doing stuff with their Black Label for that specific reason. Like the White Knight universe has been awesome. Well, mine is not such a big fan of the Harley Quinn story they just came out with, but
the Criminal Insanity was pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely. I wasn't a huge fan of the ending for that one, but I mean everything else was A+ for me. Even the Secret Files was awesome. They had a Justice Society Easter egg in there whenever he's sitting in there looking at all the anatomy books and stuff. Dr. McNider has like one of his books is on his table. I was like, that's pretty awesome. But yeah, I really enjoy that series as well. I liked the Jeff Lemire Joker series, the little 3-issue stuff he did. Him and Sorrentino did a series called Gideon Falls that I was a huge fan of. But yeah, I like that creative team just on anything really. They did some of the Old Man Logan stuff too, so anytime they're together, I'll pick it up.
Skillet, Legion of Comics' husband with goatee male.
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
It's well, I don't know how to operate this thing. Yeah.
It's a Molcajete, Mars Comics. And yes, they're amazing. Made from volcanic rock.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
What do you do with that?
Make stuff.
Gotcha.
Really good stuff.
Okay.
You like grind things up. It's they call it a Mexican blender.
Oh.
But like my wife makes
Wow.
salsa in it. We make guacamole in it.
Hey,
Pretty much anything that needs to be ground down, you put it
We
in there.
produced this ourselves,
Yeah.
Skillet.
Yeah, one half at a time, like out of.
One half at a time.
No, picture the picture. We
So,
both played the whole
you
thing.
basically
Mexican
put-
rice,
you
all
put
seasoned,
that-
grind it up.
You put that in a molcajete and grind it up.
In all sincerity, bro, my best friend, me and my wife. No, I'm doing that.
Yeah.
He's got some very, very hard views and very. I appreciate it.
Very
You're in
nice.
and out there, bro.
We couldn't hear a word you said, Mark.
Yeah. It was like he was out of phase or something.
Yeah, he said
Oh,
before
yeah.
when somebody's to the side of him, you can't hear.
Mhm.
Yeah. I've noticed it sometimes, and he's like up here with the comics. It'll.
It's my favorite part.
Oh yeah. Silent Mark. Oh no, but yeah.
The Australian version, you get a giant size issue. Of what?
Of nothing, of cost.
They got to provide that value.
Yeah.
That needs to be the next Whack Comics episode where you fly up to or over to Australia and you guys do a Naked and Afraid episode.
I would love to do that.
Everything
with
there is going to murder you.
Yeah.
Once we get our face tats.
Like I thought it got kind of crazy here in Texas sometimes if you go out into the rural areas, you know, but then he was talking about like spiders under the door handles and stuff. I was like, nope. No, not
They're
happening.
getting smarter out there.
No.
Like
And
you
how he
better
has
put
to,
all my door handles on upside down or something then.
he has to weed whack his yard before he can cut it to make sure it's short enough so there's no snakes in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
And
No,
to scare
thank
them
you.
away.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, out there.
Not a
no,
big
like,
fan of that.
My mom's
Yeah.
boyfriend, they have like a farm and he keeps the grass tall. He's like, I don't want the snakes to go away. I'm like, dude, I'm never going out there ever.
Ever.
Why doesn't he want the snakes to go away?
It keeps like rats and everything.
Rats and rodents.
Yeah,
Oh my
because they
god.
have like livestock and everything else out there. Like chickens mostly they're worried about. So like they have some weird like agreement where he lets the snakes eat the chicken eggs every once in a while, and they'll hang around and eat the varmint out.
Nope.
Snake
I
shows up.
welcome-
I'm here for your eggs.
I
Yeah.
love
Fine, take a
rats.
couple and move
Well,
on.
I'll
they'll
take
get, you know,
rats.
not only just
I will
rats,
cut the
but
grass
like
and buy some
skunks
rat
and,
poison. Problem
yeah.
solved.
Yeah, but they'll get raccoons and skunks and all this other kind of crazy stuff out there. Even rabid dogs, like they've had to get rid of some rabid dogs for just like tearing through the chickens and everything. It's crazy.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's like a whole different ecosystem up there.
Yeah, I'll stay in Oregon where there's no big snakes and
Yeah,
reptiles and
Just
spiders
please.
that'll kill you. Yeah, I'm cool with that
Man,
stuff.
whenever I was in Boy Scouts, we used to go to like summer camps, you know, and we went out to like the other side of Alston where it's very rocky and hilly and dry and arid and stuff. And we like, you know, we got up one morning, we all come out and we're like hanging out around the fire, you know, trying to get warm and make some eggs and stuff on a fire, which is not really that fun. And like all of a sudden this one kid, like one of the kids at our scout troop, you know, he like gets out of the tent and he comes walking out and he's like, man, I feel so weird. I don't know how I slept. And we all like look up and half of his face is just like massively swollen. And we're like, what the hell happened to you? And apparently in his sleep, a scorpion just like crawled up and right in the side of his
Oh,
face.
man.
Oh.
We had
You
to
got
like take him
lucky.
to the emergency room and stuff. Like
Jeez.
man, that is. Whew.
Was that in your 4-day drop off? They didn't pick them up for 4 days.
No, this was just a regular camp. Yeah, that would have
Oh,
been
dang
that
it.
one.
He died.
Ryan had to suck the poison out.
Yeah,
See, during that 4 days, like I made my shelter. I did like a lean-to, so I got like all these branches and stuff and leaned them against like a branch of a tree, so I would have like a place underneath. But I never once considered how many mosquitoes might live in a tree. And so I woke up the next morning and like my whole back was just like one giant mosquito bite. I had been bit like so many times. It was crazy. I don't know how I don't have Zika.
That is the worst. Mosquitoes never bothered me like that. They ate my sister up like crazy when we were kids, because we lived kind of in a rural area as well. But yeah, never had much of a problem with them. I got lucky.
Yeah. I usually do okay with mosquitoes. Like they don't really come after me. They always get my wife and stuff. But I don't know. That one time, I guess there was just so many there. They were like, time to feast.
That's why I got married, so I didn't get bit so much.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's funny.
Went up
That
to
and
Minnesota
Texas.
one year to visit a buddy, and the mosquito should be the state bird of Minnesota. All the lakes they got up there, they're horrible out there.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I remember playing baseball back in the day, and you could see them in like waves coming down the train track. Like,
Oh no.
just it'd be like, oh no, it's one of those nights. Everyone get your bug spray. And no,
Right.
it won't help you at all.
Yeah, the only thing that I found that will actually repel mosquitoes is just fire. It's the only thing that's really going to keep them away from you.
Should have lit myself on fire.
Yeah.
Fire
Well, we one night we had like this little bonfire party at my house, and we like lit a torch Indiana Jones style and started walking in the woods, which was a terrible idea because it's a common, like, you can't see any further than like the torch when it's like completely dark. And then my friend's girlfriend grabbed it and was like, "This is cool." And like you see this fireball just go like flying off in the woods, and I was just like, we need to go take care of that right now. But yeah, that was
Well, my friends would have said the opposite. Everyone run away.
Oh yeah, no. This was like summertime in Georgia where you're not really supposed to start fires or anything. And
Oh yeah.
yeah,
So it would have
that
torched
could
it
have
all.
escalated very quickly.
Yeah.
So
I just
Tony
imagine the
Stark and
cruise
Iron
scene
Man.
whenever he's like,
Yeah.
go hide in that tall grass. See if that'll put it out.
with the snake.
Yeah.
Snakes.
No
Go
more
roll around
snakes.
in the
They got
tall
me.
Yeah.
I don't cut my grass, I burn it.
Speaking of
That would be
snakes,
great.
Mark
Just
had
like
that
a
picture the other
flamethrower.
day with all those snakes.
Oh yeah,
Snake.
no.
Ugh,
Oh yeah. Well, where was that?
My job.
yuck.
You cut snakes?
Yeah, I keep animals too. I don't just cut them. But that wasn't a haircut. That was just a circumcision.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's not something I like to mess with. I don't touch snakes at all. Ugh.
Yeah, no.
No.
Or do they touch you?
No.
I'm Indiana Jones and it comes to snakes, man. I can't do that.
No.
I'm not scared of snakes.
You're
I
Iron
just
Man?
have a healthy respect for them.
I
That is
don't.
true.
I'm,
I'm scared to death of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my dad's like that. Whenever we moved into the house that they live in now, there was like this blue shed out back, and my dad was like going through there trying to clean it out so he could put stuff in there, and there was a snake. He comes running in the house, and like we'd never seen my dad run, so we're like, "What's going on?" He comes running in the house. Then a little while later, he comes out of my parents' bedroom. And he's got a shotgun, just like dropping
Ooh.
shells into it.
Oh
You're
yeah.
like, wait, what's going on? What's going on? Next thing we know, he's out back and just. We go outside, like the whole wall is just like completely gone. He was like, it was in there somewhere. We're like, he didn't even go in to see what you were shooting.
Sounds
at.
like Frank from It's Always Sunny in It's Philadelphia. And I started blasting.
That's braver than me. I would have never even gone back out there.
Oh yeah. Just set it on fire.
Just went
and
that
start all
room.
over.
I'd have burnt the shed down.
Yeah. Yeah.
With a flaming bow and arrow. Not even.
Count it as a loss.
Yeah, even those 10% that can't, or even the 90% that can't harm me, I'm terrified of. Even the gardener snakes
Yeah,
we
no.
have out here, I'm not cool with them.
Dude, they're too
No,
fast and unpredictable for me. I can't.
Yeah, Ace, I don't like the way that snakes move. It scares
Yeah.
me. It makes me
Yeah.
want to crawl in a
unsettling.
hole and die.
It just looks so
I don't feel
unnatural.
like this is true because more than 10% of snakes have teeth.
I'm pretty sure they're probably meaning like venomous or poisonous.
I don't
Okay,
think I don't think snakes can harm you with teeth. Really, I just
You get that little python I was holding, it has teeth and they all point backwards. So, like, luckily he's used to being fed by people. If he bites you, you know, it's going to hurt. They're going to stab you and you can't just pull him off. He has to choose to let go of you.
Ace says there's more billionaires than snakes that can kill you. Now you're just getting political.
Before, after.
See, I can get behind that kind of pet. That snake.
I'm on the fence about it.
Cute noodles. I don't know about
All right, well,
cute noodles. Terrifying
We're about to head
noodles.
out. We're about to head out. Y'all got this. Brian, just message me when you're getting ready to head out, or whoever's the last person. I'll jump on it.
I probably need to jump off. I need to sleep at some point.
Yeah, I should
Yeah.
probably go and help with the kids myself. So
I didn't mean to run y'all all off.
No,
no, you
No,
showed
I mean,
you showed a
I-
snake.
I
It did it
should've
for
got
you.
off.
You got to go
I
help
need
with
to-
parts of the kids.
I need to go.
Parts of the kids, little
Yeah.
legs
Yeah.
and arms and stuff.
I appreciate it. All y'all hopping on and hanging out. Sorry we didn't get to stay on as long today.
4
Oh,
hours.
it's
That's
all
not
good.
long enough.
I know,
No,
right?
we got
You guys
20
were
more
so
hours, guys.
But 4:30 today, Cosmic Campfire. Everyone be there. Dino Thrasher giveaway. Go back and check out.
Oh yeah, I should have had that pulled
Everybody,
up. Huh?
yeah. If you want to link it real quick for the 9 people in the chat.
Working on it. Yeah.
Go to the video that's about to drop it or link for comment #Dino Thrashers, and today during the live stream on the Cosmic Campfire, he'll do a giveaway. I've been telling everybody I'm not sure if you have to be present or not to win. I know it is the middle of the day, so
Yeah, I'm not going to require presence to win.
no, it's not a dusted. So
Yeah, just I mean it's 3:30 in the afternoon on a Friday. I know a lot of people get off early and stuff, but there's also plenty of people that have to work till the end of the day. You know.
Yep.
Hey, you must be Snow White. Just
All right,
saying.
everybody.
And
thanks for
Yeah.
dropping in. If y'all haven't already, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Big 800 subscriber announcement giveaway coming up soon. And sub up to all these people in here. See you guys later this afternoon on the Cosmic Campfire. And as always, I'm Mark, but we are Legion.
Have a good